Welcome, everybody, to today's regularly scheduled agenda meeting. Today is February 26th. We will start February 26th, 2026. We have 5 items on the agenda for today, and we will start with taking of the roll for quorum. Commissioner Hom.
Here.
Commissioner Tuma.
Here.
I'm also here. A quorum is present. We can now move to the first issue of the day. Mr. Jacques Harveau will introduce the matter, and if you could introduce, as you're introducing the matter, if folks who are here on behalf of Castle Rock Solar or who are planning to or have been involved in this, if you could come to the dais or turn your cameras on, and then we will quick do introductions after Mr. Harveau introduces it, and then we'll get to commissioner questions. Mr. Harveau, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Chair Sullivan and Commissioners. Item number 1 is docket GS 24267 involving Castle Rock Solar LLC in the matter of the application of Castle Rock Solar LLC for a site permit for the up to 150 megawatt Castle Rock Solar project in Dakota County, Minnesota. The questions before the Commissioners are, should the Commission adopt the Administrative Law Judge's findings of fact, conclusions of law, and recommendation? Should the Commission find that the environmental assessment and the record created at the public hearings address the issues identified in the scoping decision? Should the Commission issue a site permit for the up to 150 megawatt solar energy generating facility? Staff has the following opening remarks. There was an accidental omission by staff that was included in the context of the briefing paper and proposed permit, but not included in the proposed permit condition table. Permit condition 5.25 tree replacement in the briefing paper mentions replacement trees can be planted as part of the required visual screening plan or may be planted on public lands with the permission of the public entity/owner. It was staff's intention to include this sentence in the proposed permit condition table. Furthermore, there is a clarifying sentence ending the proposed 8.15 power purchase agreement condition that was not included in the context of the briefing paper, but was included in the proposed permit condition table. It states, no amendment or revocation of this site permit may be undertaken except in accordance with Minnesota Rule 7850-5100. It is staff's intention that this is included in the permit as well. Lastly, on February 23rd, Commissioner Tuma filed a revised decision option. It reads as follows. Tuma revised 7, adopt the following permit conditions. See Table 2 attached to the staff briefing papers. Alternative A, adopt the updated proposed CARS condition filed by the applicant on February 20th, 2026. Revise D, P4, security fencing. The permittee shall design the security fence surrounding the solar energy generating system to minimize the visual impact of the project while maintaining compliance with the National Electric Safety Code, not to exceed 8 feet as proposed by the applicant and presented to the public at the October 22nd, 2025 public hearing in Farmington, Minnesota. The permittee shall develop a final fence plan for the specific site in coordination with the Commission and the DNR. The final fence plan shall be submitted to the Commission as part of the site plan pursuant to Section 8.3. Revised FP6, noise notification for adjacent residences. The permittee shall provide notice to adjacent residences detailing when major noise-producing construction activities are planned to occur. The permittee shall maintain a webpage identifying days, times, and areas where construction crew will be doing pile driving during construction. The permittee shall provide all neighboring landowners and the township a link to the website prior to construction and shall update the website frequently during construction to keep landowners informed while pile driving will be occurring. Staff has no further remarks and is available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Harveau. We'll start with introductions, and actually I'm going to first start with folks online. And if your camera is on, I anticipate that you are, my expectation is that you are here for this matter. So I'm going to start with Mr. Larson, if you could introduce yourself. Your mic is on, your mute is on.
Where construction crew will
Jerry Larson, Castle Rock Township.
The permittee shall provide all neighboring landowners and the township a link to the website prior to construction and shall update the website frequently during construction to keep landowners informed while power.
That's weird.
That's Mr. Larson has his.
Oh, okay. Okay. And Ms. Doffing, if you could introduce yourself next.
Jerry Larson, Castle Rock Township.
Your mic is on. Your mute is on.
So Mr. Larson, you must have the broadcast up versus the online
Castle Rock Township.
access. So you need to turn the broadcast off, or somebody does.
It's just a Swiss watch, isn't it?
Yep.
All right. Are we caught up?
Ms. Doffey.
Ms. Doffing, if you could introduce yourself.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
This is Drea Doffing. I'm Castle Rock Township resident, and I'm adjacent to this project, and I have signed up to interact if I can.
Great, we can see you and we can hear you. Now, I'll start in the room. I'll start on my left, if you could introduce yourself.
Marcus Rains on behalf of the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners.
Kevin Pranis on behalf of Lyona, Minnesota, and North Dakota.
Lauren Agnew, the Commission's EIP staff who conducted the environmental review for the project.
Jeremy Deere with Frederickson and Byron on behalf of the applicant, Castle Rock Solar.
Andy Campbell on behalf of Castle Rock Solar Project.
Daniel Smith on behalf of Castle Rock.
All right, I think that's everybody. I'm going to call audible a little bit for, normally in these matters, I want folks to know that we are familiar with the record. So just because we don't ask you to give opening statements, that does not mean that we haven't fully and deeply reviewed the record. So that being said, when it comes to my time for questions, which I'll probably do right away, there are two people who've asked specifically to speak, and I'm going to ask you to have, you can share your comments with us, and if you could limit that to just 2 minutes. I anticipate that we are going to have a lot of questions that are asked, and everybody's going to have an opportunity to say their piece. But for two folks, I'm going to just ask you, since you've specifically asked to speak, I'm going to give you that opportunity. So with that, we're going to move directly into Commissioner questions, and I'm going to just start over. I'll just start first. Ms. Doffing, I know that you asked to speak, so if you could, I'll ask you my question. Please share with us your perspective on this.
I would just like an opportunity to speak as a resident and for the residents for 150 homes that surround this project. I am adjacent. I am one of the 154 homes. And I just ask that the commissioners today think of all the letters that were submitted by residents. I believe there was several that were submitted yesterday and today, kind of at the last minute, but hopefully you got a chance to take a quick look at that. I know that you have the capacity as the Public Utility Commissions to put a hold on this possibility, a moratorium, and I just ask that, going forward, there was an EA done, which I know you know what that is, and I know what it is, but I was also wondering if the commissioners could possibly ask for an EIS, and under that would be cumulative impacts that would be studied versus the EA, which just is preliminary reviews. I also asked at the public comment back in October with Judge O'Reilly, I asked at that time as well. I believe I did scoping and the public comment at that time was, in this whole thing I've asked about an eco disaster plan for if this does go forward, which it seems like it is still going forward. So I haven't seen a lot of talk or plan as to what that is yet. And so under that would be like decommissioning details. We have South Vermilion River, which is south of us here. It's a naturally producing cold water trout stream. I don't believe, unless I'm wrong, someone can maybe just reference it later, but is this a regional build-out project? And do we need to be concerned about that? Our comp plan for this area is agriculture use, and this is an industrial project, and I'm just not clear as to how that fits into our comprehensive plan in Castle Rock Township. The DNR has also made recommendations. I know they're asking for a 10-foot high woven fence, and it's projected to be 8-foot high. We do have migratory birds out here, lots of it. It's a very regional area for that and wildlife, and we do have a lot of federally preserved wildlife out here as well. I also saw there was karst possibilities, or I should say possibilities, but karst development noted, and there needs to be a geotechnical report prior to construction. It would be nice to know that even before that, because that refers to sinkholes, and we've already had some sinkholes noted in the south end of Castle Rock Township this last year. Also, I'd just like to ask that someone mention how many gallons of dewatering water is part of this project. The reason I ask that is because we have cumulative impacts that are going to be taking place in this area, and under an EIS, those cumulative impacts would be studied, which would be called other projects in this area. We currently have a data center project tentatively on hold in this area, which would be adjacent to this industrial solar panel project, and that has cumulative impacts for this area. And I just want to mention we do have a lawsuit. People have a lawsuit with Dakota County for the data center, which is adjacent to this project. So I would just like to mention those things, and if somebody could address some of those concerns, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Doffing. And as we get into questions, I think you'll find that, we address a lot of the waterfront here. So, Mr. Pranis, you also asked to speak. Is there anything in particular above and beyond what just giving you the opportunity since you'd asked?
Chair Sullivan, Commissioners, no, only if there are questions. There was a little confusing back and forth around the labor, the sort of union commitments. I think that's all cleared up, and I think we're back to where we started. Okay. Everyone's in agreement, but if there's any confusion or questions, happy to speak to that.
Okay.
I checked off one question I had. So.
All right, great. Okay, now let's move on from me, Commissioner Tuma. The floor is yours.
Mr. Dorr, got a series of questions here, and as Chair Sullivan indicated, we have dove in the record, and as you could guess, I have dove into the record. I've driven the route very carefully, looked at all the different hot spots and locations, seen all the different view sheds, and took a close look at this. Actually, I'm quite familiar with, I think it's County Road 78. That's one of my relief routes when I'm coming home and I don't want to go down 47 because I got behind a farm truck or something. I will shoot down 78, so I know where the Castle Rock Township Hall is. Mr. Larson, I assume that's probably where you're sitting right now, is the Castle Rock Town Hall. So I'm kind of familiar with the area. I know it from being from Northfield. So I spent a little time looking at this one and looking at the record in depth, and read through all the comments, public comments, the public hearings. I think your clients have done a pretty good job so far, but I do have some questions that I just want to make sure I put in context. The first one is as you know, we don't like to go ahead with projects unless you have landowner involvement and have control over the properties for construction. It's unusual. I saw Mr. MP filed some comments, asked to be available. He indicated some availability today. It's just odd to me. We don't see that very often, so I just want to make sure to confirm. Certainly they can be involved and they want to listen and they're trying to protect their landowner interest. I have no problem with that. But I just want to make sure that we do have landowner involvement, consent, and you have property control. because if it is Mr. MP, I think he owns a significant portion of this property. So give me your insight on where we are with landowner involvement and landowner or land control for this project.
Mr. Deere.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma. We were also surprised to see the letter from Mr. Empey into the record. And so Castle Rock reached out to him to ask what his intentions were. And he thought that that's what he had to do to receive documents when they were filed. So that was a simple misunderstanding. All land that is proposed for the project is under control with voluntary lease agreements, and those landowners are communicated with on a regular basis. And as far as we know, there are no issues from those landowners.
In my understanding, you did add some property after the initial filing. We had some questions to make sure everybody got noticed. I'm assuming no issues so far that you're aware of as far as landowner control with those new properties and notice to the neighbors of the new properties that were added.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, that's correct. When the application was filed, it was understood that that land probably would come under a lease agreement, but it was for sale. And so another participating landowner bought that land and then signed a lease right after he acquired that land. And so those properties that are adjacent to it were originally contemplated in the original filing, and so they were already noticed.
If our staff could put up the slide that I just wanted to have as context for discussion, and I think Ms. Doffing made reference to projects around the ALJ determined that the EA was sufficient environmental review. I tend to agree with the work that Ms. Agnew did. I think it's sufficient to get us focused on here, but I just wanted so everybody has a context in the discussion and somewhat familiar with this spot. It used to be a golf course, at least the northern part of that used to be a golf course that a lot of us goofy kids when we started golfing would go play. It wasn't a very good golf course, but it was a golf course, Fountain Hills. And then the southern portion of it, which is right abutting to this project, was farm fields that are out there. And so that's the data center, as you can see on the left-hand side of this map that has been proposed. It's in delay. We don't know where that's going to go. Obviously, it's a very highly contentious matter in this community. And having driven the area, I saw a lot of no data center signs are around there. So I know there is a lot of, I think, angst and trauma. I'll just put it that way. Having worked in rural areas and having worked with my a lot of clients in rural areas, when these type of developments come, it is very traumatic. And so laying over that, this solar facility coming in, I think is important for us to, really establish that we understand what's going on and are sensitive to the fact that there is a lot of trauma here. And so I look to the applicant as they get to if they get to become a permittee today, is to recognize the importance of that. So when I hear indications that maybe Mr. Larson was having a hard time getting a hold of you, that makes me nervous. And so I want to make sure we're covering the landscape of our discussion to make sure we're dealing with treating them fairly. And so that when things that we promised, like visual screening and stuff like that, are actually followed through on. And so I want to just spend a little time to make sure those that are listening and paying attention understand our relationship and their relationship to this project. And the first one, if you could change the slide, is the fence, Mr. Durr. And we've had go back and forth. I see Mrs. Bump is here, and so you don't need to come up. You may come up when we get to Karst, but the fence, I just want to be very clear. If you could just zoom in a little bit there, Jock. This is a slide that was presented at the public hearing. It was in your client's slides, and it does have the fence. And there is two different fences that probably the landowners are familiar with in this area. around solar facilities. There's one that Dakota Electric has that's really near the town. It's the 6.5-foot fence with the barbed wire on the top, but it's right next to an industrial site. It's understandable why it's a chain link fence with the barbed wire on it. As you know, DNR doesn't like those fences. We don't like them. We don't want deers to get caught up. Good news is I didn't see any dead carcasses tied up in the barbed wire fences at Dakota Electric's. Then just south of there along 78 and Highway 3, Dakota Electric has another facility, has a fence just like what you presented here. It's the 8-foot fence, looks more agricultural. It has the, what I call the mesh wire kind of, we used it for concrete re-rod for sidewalks and stuff like that. It's a mesh fence that's not very visible. It doesn't stand out. And so this is what you presented to the public at that stage. And you presented it as an 8-foot fence. But in our permit, we have a coordination with the DNR, and the DNR always asks for a 10-foot fence. And as you know, I think that's a little overdone. If deer get in there, good luck for that deer, because they're not going to get shot during hunting season, and there's going to be plenty of forage in there because we require a vegetation management plan, and we make sure that you're not turning this into an industrial site. It's going to be actually wildlife friendly. I expect there'll be lots of turkeys because I drive by there and I see lots of turkeys as I drive by. I expect there to be lots of wildlife in there enjoying the pollinator friendly cover that you're going to have around this. So I suggested an 8-foot fence. It'd be what we do here for this particular project because we are close to a lot of residentials. It looks more like Chisago County project that we did a few years back versus, say, something we've done out by Boswell where they did a 10-foot fence, or something out in rural Minnesota and Lyon County or something like that. Okay. This is around residents. I think Ms. Doffing is correct. There's quite a few residents around here, and so I believe a lower fence, if that's what's been promised, is better from a visual standpoint than a higher fence. That's what I expect to happen here in that discussion, so I wanted to put a pin in this one because of the connection and communication. Any problem with that, Mr. Durr? I don't expect you to have one, but...
Mr. Durr. Mr. Deal.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, the applicant is fine with that language. The 8-foot fence is the minimum that's going to be required under electrical code, and the agricultural fence, as you mentioned and as depicted in the slide, is the plan.
Ms. Bump, you don't have to come up if you don't want to, but if you want to come up and tell me I'm wrong and that your DNR guys are adamant about a 10-foot fence, you certainly can, but we will have you up here to talk about cars, but I don't want you to deny you the opportunity.
Ms. Bump, you can shake your head. Okay,
She doesn't want to come
she's
up.
coming.
Yeah, if you could,
This is a ritual of ours,
yes.
talking about fences and
Fences are becoming my nemesis. But, you know, it's important that fences should be, I think, site-specific, and that's what I was trying to point out. Every situation is different. Here we have a situation where we're around a lot more landowners, and I think it's more important to have a lower fence for that reason than a higher fence. We certainly can develop, and I'm sure the applicant would be fine with that, a mitigation plan to shoo deer out of there. We're not going to shoot them when they're in there.
Ms. Bump.
Ms. Bump.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Commissioner Tuma, we are respectful of your desires of the look of the fence, and we've, appreciate your consideration there. Also, we prefer the language as originally written without specifying an 8-foot fence and leaving the coordination work to us. Not saying that we wouldn't be open to an 8-foot fence in this situation or in other situations, but we prefer to not have it precedent-setting language and to leave it open to our coordination work.
And it's a very important, we don't want a precedent-setting language. This is not precedent-setting. This is specific to this particular project. And it does still continue to have DNR coordination if there's something that you want as far as how that fence is designed so that deer don't get in there. That might help out. We're open to that, but I think because the promise was an 8-foot fence, and that's kind of what's in this neighborhood, and I didn't see any deer running around the Dakota Electric situation, but that's a solar garden. It's very small, so I wouldn't expect to be deer in there. But there could be deer in here, and that's a legitimate concern. If there are deer, I would want to make sure that the applicant would be working with maybe a plan on what happens if their neighbors call up and say there's a deer in the fence. And so I would assume the applicant is fine with developing some sort of exit strategy for deer.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, we actually did have a chance to talk to Ms. Bump before this meeting today, and that was one of the topics we talked about, making sure that there are appropriate measures in place so that operations and maintenance staff understand good ways to try to get the deer out if they should get in, safe ways, so that it's safe for both personnel and for the wildlife. And we will continue to have those conversations.
Good. I have some more questions on a different topic, so I don't know if anybody wants to talk about more fence stuff.
Just glad you didn't say a 1-foot fence.
Yes. I would be okay with a 1-foot fence, but I don't think that the electric code allows that, so.
Okay.
Mom, since you're up here, let's talk about karst, because that has come up in obviously some of the discussions, and there was some late filings, and I want to make sure we're okay with the decision option as it's laid out here, which is alternative A, which is adopt the February 26th letter, which I understand was revised. I don't know if there's if I have the right wording here. So, Mr. Dorr, first tell me, do I need to change this to get whatever the latest agreement is in the record?
Mr. Deere.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, it's a great question. The second letter that was filed on February 20th is the letter and the language that should be utilized. There was one sentence that was inadvertently missed, which I think is an important portion of that, and it includes the specific language at the end, which says the permittee shall clearly note all karst features and associated buffers on the project site plan. And so that version, which is referred to in the reline, it says revisions indicated in blue.
And so if I would just to adopt the proposed karst conditions, second letter filed by the applicant on February 20th, 2026, I'm good?
Commissioner Tuma, either that or just the, we could adopt the revised, updated proposed karst condition.
Adopt the revised, updated, proposed karst conditions, and that should cover it. Ms. Bump, I know you've been working with Department of Health too, and Ms. Agnew has been controlling, so I'll ask both of you, are you okay with this language to just cover what you anticipate the karst limitation should be?
Ms. Bump.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, that is correct. We have been in coordination with them, and the language as proposed is what we've worked out together, and we support that.
Ms. Agnew,
Ms.
I know
Agnew.
you've been also in touch with the health folks too.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, yes, the language proposed in the revised, updated proposed karst condition is good for us.
And my list has Ms. Munsell from MDH, or the hydrologist. She doesn't have to come up, but she's certainly free to come up and let us know if there's anything more to add. But I'm assuming, unless there is anything false that's been said, you don't need to come up. So I don't see anybody running to the dais. Mr. Durr.
Thank you, Commissioner Tuma. Just for the benefit of Ms. Doffing online, she mentioned the importance of having a geotechnical study. This condition that was worked through with the DNR and with PUC staff was informed by the experts at the DNR and apparently with the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Health. And it does require studies are conducted to analyze the risk and understand what karst features may be present, and to incorporate that information and the buffers into the site plan.
Any more questions on, I want to give Mrs. Doffing a chance just to, since her name was raised.
Ms. Doffing?
To make comments.
Can I speak without my picture, or do you need my picture back on?
However,
You're
you're coming through just fine.
You're looking good.
Okay, okay. There's confusion at the computer here with all this stuff. Yeah, so far I guess I'm understanding, all your references there of what I've kind of asking the scope of here a little bit. I still would like to hear what if there is going to be an eco disaster plan. I know that through processes and procedures, there's always time for these open public comments, and we always try to talk intelligently enough, as much as try to sound like we're as intelligent as you. We're just living out here trying to figure out the perspective on big projects like this one that is in place and our other big project that's in place. And so a lot of us citizens are getting involved a lot more these days. So I'd still like to hear, I don't know, maybe it's coming down on your list there, but I don't know how you feel about an EIS. I don't know how you feel eventually about a moratorium, just to get a little more perspective. We do have a lot of deer out here that has been mentioned. You weren't sure, Commissioner?
Oh, I'm sure.
Tuma?
I've slowed down many a time in your neighborhood because of deer. So no, I'm convinced there are deer there.
Yeah, and we do have a lot of federally protected migratory birds. There are hawks and herons in here, and they're protected. I actually have 2 ponds on my property. I'm on the north side of this project, and so I get a lot of the migratory, everything, the animals, the birds. It's mostly birds type of thing, but there's a lot of the federally protected wildlife out here, and I do get a lot of that on my land, and I know that this project will interfere with a lot of that. So my 2 ponds, are here for now and are being used. I don't know how much of that will last with all the industrial projects that are being proposed for this area. And I guess my question is, have you guys taken in consideration the comprehensive plan for Castle Rock Township, and that it is zoned ag, and those are fields that are zoned ag, and how much of that is being considered at all. So there are 154 homes. This is probably the more dense area of Castle Rock Township, I would say, for residential homes. A lot of the fields start on the south side of this upper peninsula of Castle Rock Township. So, and if you could just get into some of the other perspectives I kind of mentioned for decommissioning, and I know the DNR, has been mentioned, but
we'll address that down the road. I just want to make sure we were tracking on the karst issue, and I appreciate your input. And we've read all the comments, and we'll address some of that stuff down the road.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Next, just really quick, Mr. Deere, moving on from karst now to noise. I was reading one of the comments as Miss Mom. It was, if I remember it, one of the property owners that is, what 3 sides of her property is covered by it. And, it's something I hadn't thought about before, but post-pandemic, a lot of us are working from home. We do the pile driving in the daytime because most people are at work, but now a lot of people are working at home, but they also have other opportunities. So I was just trying to imagine a process that we could put in place for landowners who are nearby to just plan their week out, to go look at a site and not wait for something to be dropped at their house or a flyer or something, but actually just what's going to be going on the site this week, and can I move? So talk a little bit about pile driving, what you anticipate the noise situation to be, and whether your applicant is willing to at least provide some information to the township residents and the township about kind of what's going on a kind of a more regular basis that they could just go look up when they need to make their plans for the week, and decide, should I go in the office this week? Oh, they're going to be pile driving right next to me. I'm going to the office this week. Or it's all on the other side of the other side of the project. I can hang out here and work. Can't sit on my deck, but I can work.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, that definitely was an issue that was brought up from those neighbors that are working from home, especially when we talked about construction noise activities being limited during daylight hours, which is when they're at home working. So definitely understand that. There is a recognition in here and in the record that some activities are going to be noisier than others, pile driving being one of them. We like to think about, and what's often conveyed to people is this is like a factory in a field building a product, right? And so pile driving will be the noisiest activity, and it will occur first, and it will be in an area for a period of time, and then it will move on to another area. And then less noisy activities are going to follow behind them. We think that this revised permit language is novel and creative, and it could provide a good mechanism for communicating that information that is sometimes provided and often provided in the monthly construction reports, which are not as accessible to landowners. And so this could be a much easier way to convey that information kind of in real time. And the applicant supports the revised 7F.
Appreciate that. I don't know any questions on the
No, that was helpful.
Staff touched on 7CC and the two, I think DD, the tree replacements. So I'm assuming you understand that when the staff said it was the language in the permit, that's the language, the attached permit was the language we meant. We'll just cover first the PPA. So the first question I have, are you an independent, you just own an independent, or are you planning on PPA at some point? I was reading this and I'm not too sure what your applicant's intention is as far as this facility.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, I may ask Mr. Campbell to supplement anything with additional detail. The applicant is intended to be the long-term owner and operator of the facility, but fully anticipates securing a power purchase agreement or some sort of offtake agreement with a third party to sell the power.
And are they okay with the language as in the permit, not in the attachments? There was a little confusion there, but I just want to make sure we're tracking the language that was actually in the attached permit is the language you are satisfied with.
Commissioner Tuma, just to clarify, the language in the draft site permit is the permit that was attached rather than the table. Is that what you're referring to? Yes, the applicant is okay with that language.
And then the same on tree. I know tree replacement is new, but as you know, our chair is quite interested, not this chair, but the chair that's not here today. And so I would hate to incur any wrath on that situation, but so I'll do my best to defend the tree language. Your client okay with the tree language as in the permit, which allows you to count trees that you use for screening to count towards replacement.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, yes. The opportunity to replace trees through screening makes sense, and is supportive of that language in the site permit.
Mr. Larson, can you turn your mic on? Let's see if we can actually communicate without any back feedback.
Sure. Back with you.
Good. It sounds good. I appreciate, Mr. Larson, that you're here today. As a supervisor for a township, I view that as an extremely important position. I live in Bridgewater Township, just south of you. and very active in my township activities. We got an election coming up and a town board meeting that I will be at in a few weeks, actually a couple weeks. And so I do value very much your input. At first, I understood in talking to our staff that you had a little difficulty as of recent getting a hold of the applicant. I just wanted to make sure, first off, that concern was dealt with and you've been able to communicate with the applicant as of recent.
Mr.
Yes,
Larson.
I have. Apparently, they got all new phone numbers. I mean, I was a little concerned when I called down to the PUC and I said, I can't reach anybody at Atlantica. And, the PUC said, well, the only phone number we have for him is the attorney's phone number. And I'm like, I'm kind of shocked that a project of this magnitude is going on and we don't have a full list of contact phone numbers to get a hold of people. But through repeated calls and whatever, and I was finally able to track them down. And they did call me back same day. And again, just explain that, well, we got all new phone numbers. That's fine, I guess. I'm just a little concerned that it's like you would think a major company like that, you call the phone number, that you'd get through to at least somebody, not just this number has been disconnected.
And Mr. Durr, I'm going to assume your client is going to make sure particularly during pre-construction and construction and operation, that you're going to maintain, because it's part of your permit or obligations, okay, you're going to maintain contact information for the township. We put a lot of value in the township's input, so I just want to make sure we're hearing that today.
Mr. Deere.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, apologize for the inconvenience to Mr. Larson and to others on the change in phone numbers. My initial thought was when the notice of site permit is sent around to landowners that we would include contact information. I think that's appropriate and necessary, and then if those numbers change over time, we can update that filing and complete another mailing just to make sure.
And that's what our permits require.
That's correct.
And I anticipate that you will follow that. Mr. Larson, I just wanted to make you understand that we value our relationship with you. As you, I'm sure, learned over the process, the state legislature has asked us to preempt, or we have preemptive authority over local zoning. And the reason for that was because this infrastructure is of extreme importance, and they want to make sure it's built, and it built on in a statewide standard process. Obviously, it has become more challenging working with local units of government because a lot of these solar facilities are a lot of acres, and they do interfere with a lot of planning that has been done in your area. And so we're very cognizant of that, and we are very concerned about that. And so when we preempt, we don't ignore. We've looked at all of your setbacks that you had at the time, and we very much in line with other setbacks that we did. I actually think the plan here, the setbacks that they have put in place and that they're following, are some of the more generous setbacks and respecting neighboring landowners that I've seen. And this is not our first rodeo around a major site around residential areas. Chisago County is a good example of that, one of the first ones we did. And there's huge improvements in Chisago County. Right now we require a very aggressive vegetation management plan that we expect them to do, and that has been done with a strong group of very active and still very active stakeholders, including Bowser, including DNR, including local soil and water folks. We have worked very closely with them to develop a vegetation management plan that works. This is not going to be an industrial site, okay? And I'm looking at this applicant because they know the last thing they want to be doing is having bulldozers out there and paying for bulldozers to be bulldozing land. That's the least thing that they want to do here. But we also want them to treat the land underneath it with a lot of respect. And I've seen the last few solar facilities that we've built, there is very aggressive vegetation management planning and agricultural management. This is still going to be agricultural land underneath there. It just happens the landowners want to grow solar panels. And so we want to make sure the land is healing And the Ag Department is very active in developing both ag mitigation planning and also the vegetation management planning. And you know weeds. I know that because you're a township supervisor, and we expect you to be out there helping us out. We do not have a compliance unit, okay, that drives around and looks at these things. We have what we call a complaint-based permit monitoring, okay? And that requires neighboring landowners and particularly the township and the counties to help us out. And so I just want to make you understand that as we develop this relationship, we view it as a long-term relationship with you, and we're going to trust and hope that you are out there helping us out, because if you see thistles growing and not vegetation-friendly, or pollinator-friendly vegetation growing out there, we hope, and we hope that you let us know immediately, because we will do something about it. And we hope you let the applicant know first so they can fix it. And if they don't respond correctly and get to you, the fact that you called us up to get those numbers is exactly the right thing to do. Okay, you did exactly what we expect to do. We expect that our staff, Ms. Agnew is one of our best staffers here, and our other Jacques has also does a great job. Okay, we want you to let us know if they're not doing their job. And so I want you to understand our relationship, even though we preempt your authority and your decisions out there, or the Dakota counties. I just want to make sure that you understand the relationship we have. We are complaint-based, and we're going to look to you to help us out and work with those landowners. And I just want to make sure you understand that. And I don't know if you have any questions about that. We think our permit recognizes that, and you're free to be involved in all the pre-construction phases of this. It recognizes your right to be involved in that. And so as much as you want to be involved, we want to get you involved, and you have the right numbers that you're calling up here. And we want to make sure that you're good with being a partner with us on making sure this is a compliant facility. Mr. Larson?
Mr. Larson.
One of my concerns on this also, and I don't know if it's ever been brought up, but if you're familiar with a township, you understand how tight of budgets we work on. I mean, we don't have a nickel to spare, right?
Right.
And, I'm looking at our fire costs, and this has already been addressed. I've talked to the fire chief from Randolph, and he said yes. He said, when you put in a project of this magnitude, it is going to have an impact on us because, if this thing starts billowing clouds of smoke or sparks in the air, who's going to get the first one to get called? 911, and the fire department's the first one to respond, right?
Right.
They're going to need to know how to deal with this. Well, I look at our Farmington fire costs in 2023 of $90,000, 2024 of $105,000, 2025 of $120,000, and for this year we're going to be at $160,000. Now, you've driven through Castle Rock, and I bet you noticed that there isn't much going on out here. We really haven't had any big fires or anything like that to deal with. But these costs just keep ramping up and ramping up on us because fire departments have incurred more and more costs and stuff like that. But in talking with the Randolph fire chief, he said, yes, this is going to require more of us. So while I hear that, we'll get some money back from this, approximately $75,000 a year they think they'll be paying us. But if because of this project being in our township, let's say that our fire costs go up another $50,000. Okay, so really what did we get? $25,000. So we really didn't get much out of this whole thing other than it plopped into our community. And what do the residents that live up alongside this, what do they get out of this project being next door to them? At least a grocery store, hey, I get the convenience of going to the grocery store, right? They built one down the street. They built a Quick Trip. We all like to go into Quick Trip, and that's great. I'm just wondering, these residents will suffer some cost and inconvenience in their life and all that. How come the residents don't get anything out of this?
Mr.
Nothing.
Larson, the example you used there was you're going to get how many? $65,000 in revenue per year?
They project $75,000.
So, do you think there's going to be a $50,000 fire every year at the solar facility?
We don't even have the solar. Well, no, we don't even have the solar facility.
I guess that seems like you're getting $75,000 a year.
Correct.
Right.
But just from last year to this year, okay, our fire went up from 120 to 160. So we had a $40,000 increase.
Without the
and
solar
nothing-
facility.
Correct.
Right.
So now
you're paying for that
now-
already.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely we are.
Okay.
But now we're adding something even more major and massive into our township. And are you to tell me that that probably won't have any impact on our fire costs then?
They're going to pay you $75,000 a year.
Yeah,
Yep.
and
So that's all I'm saying is that they pay for it, just like any development pays for it.
Yeah, and we've looked at the environmental assessments, and we've built a few of these. It's not our first one. We haven't had, to my knowledge, any major fires. Obviously, the battery coming in, if that's a possibility, but we'll have a whole separate permitting process there. And in our permits for our batteries, we require the applicant to provide resources to the local units of government to do that. So every one of our permits on batteries, and I'm just forewarning them, is going to require them to put money up front to provide training and also equipment to local fire departments. And so there will actually be a money up and above whatever property value that you get or production taxes you get from those facilities for that. But we just don't know of any major fires that have occurred at solar facilities that would have caused your rates to go up any more than they would from having homes in the area. That's what's causing your rates to go up, is that you have, more residential properties in the rural area, which are hard to get to and to provide fire service. I know, I'm one of them. Again, that'll be the discussion at one of our, I'm pretty sure it'll be part of the discussion I have when we go to my town hall meeting here in a couple weeks about what we're now paying more for. And that's because of insurance. Insurance has been going way up. We don't know why, but I don't think it's because of solar panels. At least not that I've seen any indication of. And I'm looking at Ms. Agnew here, who does our EAs, and I'm not thinking that we've seen anything on the radar, and she's nodding no. So I get what you're saying, and we want to be cognizant of that, and we're aware of that. But I'm not anticipating your fire costs to go up.
And I'm not so much worried about fires, but anytime you have a industrial facility, there's much more likely that things can go wrong. And I'm just not talking a fire. I'm talking if there's some type of, problem out there, and that in the substation or anything, still the fire department is the first one to have to respond.
And that's fair. They are, and that's what we have them there for. And that's what we want to make sure. Minnesota, when we did this, made sure that there were production taxes that went to local units of government to deal with those things. Where this development has happened the most, particularly in southwest Minnesota, they're asking for more because they see the value of it. I understand in these areas, when you get closer to the metro, it's not as popular with the residents who buy their, the 5 acres or 1 acre parcels out in the country, and they want to have a farm field behind them all the time. But that's, if they wanted that, they should have bought the whole property. But it's too expensive. I get that. I live out in the country. I own 2 acres, and I would not want to have one of these in my backyard either. But when they go in there, we want to make sure that they're done in a way that respects the landowners. That's why we have visual screening plans. Some of the landowners, I know it's not going to help because they're up on a hill. I've seen it, and that's a hard thing. But the farmer could have put a turkey barn there or sold it to a junkyard, and those are within your zoning to allow that to happen. And so, and I'm sure you would not want that to happen because those are going to be pretty contentious town hall meetings if they do come into your community. I think the permit here, though, does protect a lot of those concerns. When we did Chisago, there were a lot of residents very similar to this, and what we've heard from Chisago is that they did not see a demonstrative decrease in the property values. And that's because we required significant visual mitigation and other things to happen there. And actually, since Chisago, there's a lot of improvement that's happened, particularly with the vegetation management. This is not going to look like an industrial site. It better look like a pollinator-friendly field with panels in it. And if it doesn't, I want you to be complaining to me because that's what I expect from these folks. So that's that relationship that we want to have. I understand it's not a happy one. I'm not saying that your neighbors should be happy they're getting this. I understand the trauma, particularly on top of having the data center debate going on. I get it. It's very scary, but I want you to understand We expect you to work with this applicant, and we hope you do. It's your choice at the township, and we actually look to you as a partner in this going forward. I'm ready to move on. If you could, I'm pretty much done with my questions.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. I think I'll have one more question on that related to the overall environmental assessment issue. So there was some concern with the water usage. Do you use, applicants, do you use any water to produce electricity?
Mr. Deere.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, no water is used to produce electricity.
Do you use water regularly for any other reason for this facility?
Mr. Deere.
Commissioner Hom, no.
Then, do you use water occasionally for this facility?
Mr. Deere.
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Hom, yes, the water is used occasionally.
What is the level of usage and what's the frequency of your use of the water?
So the use of the water is generally confined to construction of the facility. So if there's any dust control requirements or anything during grading, for example, we would use water for reducing those dust emissions.
So it is not a permanent water usage. It might be during the construction and then.
Construction, yes.
Yep. So I don't know whether that was properly addressed in our environmental assessment.
Ms. Agnew.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, I do talk about use of water for dust control, and I believe I also mentioned that if the applicant installs, restroom facilities in the operations and maintenance building with a sink and a toilet, there would be some water usage, but it would be minimal.
Okay, thank you. So to applicants, so it's not like a data center issue. I think a data center is facing a lot of concern with the water usage, but the solar farm is not the regular user of the aquifer or any stream water to operate your facility.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, that's correct. It's not an intensive user of water. On the contrary, the expectation is when you plant the native vegetation, it's going to increase water infiltration, decrease runoff, and potentially be good for the aquifer.
So you can retain more water locally if you have a good vegetation management.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You've been working with the DNR around that because that's a critical factor. You are by some trout streams. You are by some lowland. Actually, I'm kind of surprised this ended up being the first solar panel facility in this neighborhood. I would have assumed at some point that you're going to put it, or somebody's going to put it on those sod farms that are all around this facility. But these are not sod farms. These are old agricultural properties. But these are lowlands. There's some swampy areas in there, and it seems like you have some pretty good setbacks. And I think the DNR, you've worked with them on this to make sure that we are making sure we are trying to keep as much water on the land as possible, if I understand.
Mr. Deere.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, that's absolutely correct. So the Vegetation Management Plan Working Group that you mentioned before includes the DNR, Board of Water and Soil Resources, the Department of Ag, Commission staff, and others, all experts in their various fields, and they are reviewing that vegetation management plan, ensuring it's up to standards and it's going to be successful. So well informed by the state agency representatives, and that plan will be further developed based upon their comments prior to construction. I will note, just so Mr. Larson and others are fully aware, when the seed is planted, it's not an instant prairie. It's going to take years, over, I think, 3 to 5 years to be fully established. So it may not look perfect to begin with, but it will look pretty good when it's established.
And your applicant, construction guys, and everybody who's been working on this are going to know that, and they're going to be working closely with the township because you know that they're going to be basically our eyes and ears. And so I appreciate their nodding their heads. Mr. Larson here vigorously saying that, yes, they're going to continue to make sure you're up to speed on what that vegetation management plan. And I got the union guys here nodding their heads, making sure that you're going to be aware of what's going on here. And so I'm ready to move on with the motion
right.
if you are, Mr. Chairman.
I am ready. Commissioner Tuma, with your motion.
Mr. Chair, I would move decision options 1, 2, all the subparts A through E, 3, 6, 7 with the revised TUMA 7s, which Alt A, which is the revision to that, though, being adopt the recent updated CARS plan. And then revised D, which is to start at an 8-foot fence, obviously continue to consult with the DNR. And then F is the noise mitigation plan that you're going to provide some insight to the landowners. And then all the rest of the subparts of 7, including the understand the language in CC and DD are the language that's in the permit. And then decision option 9. And just a final statement, I appreciate this has been a lot of trauma to a community. I've been through these traumas as an attorney representing local landowners. And I'm pretty confident our permit is in a good place to protect it. But as I advise my clients, I can draft up the best contract in the world. That's who you're dealing with. That matters. So far, what I've seen from Atlantica is that they are responsible participants and applicants. I expect that to continue. And I look for the landowners to be responsible and deal with any problems that may concern. I look to our construction friends to make sure that if there are problems out there, that they communicate those to the developer and work with landowners and be respectful of them. They're all nodding their head yes, and we have some great contractors here in Minnesota, and we like the commitment to local labor on this. And so I'm thinking we have a very strong permit. Ms. Agnew did a wonderful job on the EA. I'm very confident I have a good understanding of what's happening here, and I think our permit conditions that we've developed will protect the local interest, but it is a partnership going forward, and we know that, and we may have to revisit things as they come forward. But now, if we approve this, as we move to being a permittee, there are still major steps to be made as we go forward, and we appreciate the commitment from the applicant to work around those things, and we expect them to continue to be a good Minnesota citizen.
Commissioner Tuma, thank you. First of all, as always, I really appreciate the amount of time and work you put into these. I think it's very important that the public sees and they see how much time you put into it. And I can attest, you do drive the routes, you know the land, and you deeply care and take into consideration the concerns of the community. So I appreciate that. And every time we do this, I admire that about the work that you do on this. So I support your motion. I appreciate where this is at right now. Thank you to the parties and our staff. Thank you, Mr. Harveau. So I support your motion. Commissioner Hom, are you ready for a vote? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. We can now move on to the next item. What I'd like to do, though, is take a quick 5 minutes, and then we will reconvene. Actually, we will come back at 11:15. So we are in recess. Welcome back, everybody. We'll now move on to our second item of the day. We are moving methodically, but not expeditiously. So, Mr. Mohammed, if you could introduce the matter.
Good morning, Chair Sullivan, Commissioners. Item 2 on the agenda is docket number E015M25309. In the matter of Minnesota Power's petition for approval of investment and expenditures in the Longspur wind project for recovery through Minnesota Power's Renewable Resource Rider under Minnesota Statute Section 216B.1645. The question before the Commission is, should the Commission approve Minnesota Power's recovery of investments and expenditures in the Longspur wind project through their Renewable Resource Rider? Staff and parties are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. If parties could come to the table or turn your cameras on, and then we can just do a quick round of introductions, and then we're going to move directly to Commissioner questions. I see Minnesota Power, Mr. Pranis, Ms. Kerwald. All right, I will just start online. Ms. Kerwald.
Hi, Mary Beth Kerwald for the department, and I'm joined by Steve Racco in person.
Dr. Racco, there he is. The one and only. Mr. Pranis.
Kevin Pranis on behalf of Lano, Minnesota, North Dakota.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Jennifer Kuklinski on behalf of Minnesota Power.
Good morning, Chris Applebacher on behalf of Minnesota Power.
Welcome. All right. Commissioner questions. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. For the company, so is this project in Minnesota or the North Dakota?
Dr. Kuklinski.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, this project is located in North Dakota.
So I presume that North Dakota wind regime is a lot better than your service area. That's why you are building this in North Dakota.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, that's correct. Minnesota Power also has existing high voltage transmission infrastructure that begins and ends in near Duluth and on the other end in North Dakota, that's able to transfer those high efficiency wind resources directly to our customers in Minnesota.
Thank you. That was my next question, because some time ago, Minnesota Commission approved modernization of that HVDC line so you can bring in those very valuable, high efficient wind energy to Minnesota. So thank you. And also this project is qualified for PTC, right?
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, that's correct.
So if you get a PTC, do you keep it or do you give it to ratepayers?
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, we pass that directly on to ratepayers.
So any federal tax credit will be used to address the affordability issue for your ratepayers.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, that's correct.
Thank you. That's it.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Hom. Commissioner Tuma.
Any permitting concerns so far in North Dakota? How's that going?
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, thank you for the question. So far, we are moving along with permitting in North Dakota. We don't have a final hearing yet for the project, but we're hopeful that, out in North Dakota, the benefits of the project will be seen by not only commissioners who argue, and understandably want to evaluate the impacts of the project on those local communities, but right now we are moving along through the process.
Any concerns that you'll have?
Chair Sullivan, there are some concerns about wind resources out in North Dakota, as you're probably...
Is this the county that did the moratorium?
I might pass that to Chris. I don't believe so, but am I correct in that?
No, so the wind project's located in Morton County, North Dakota, and we did receive a permit from Morton County.
Okay, good.
So we're waiting on...
Northwest of Bismarck, right? Is that kind of the area? Or?
That's correct.
All right. We good?
Good.
All right.
We'll spend $700 million faster than we can do a solar facility, but that's okay.
That's how it is sometimes.
Yep.
All right. Does the commissioner have a motion? Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So I like to move decision option 1, 2, all parts of the number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
All right. Your motion is clear. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Thank you. To Minnesota Power, to Mr. Pranis, to Commerce, and now we can move on. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. We appreciate your work on this. And we can move to the third item of the day. I think Mr. Lobby is our PUC staff, and he will introduce the matter. And if parties who are here on behalf of this project, if you could come forward or turn your cameras on, we would appreciate it. Mr. Lobby, when you are ready, please introduce the matter.
Good morning, Chair Sullivan and Commissioners. Item number 3 is for docket number ET2/TL-24-132 in the matter of the application of Great River Energy for a route permit application for the Laketown 115 transmission line in Carver County, Minnesota. Questions before the Commission are: between route alternative B and the applicant's proposed route, which is the most appropriate route for the project and why? In selecting between route alternative B and the applicant's proposed route, what potential impacts, included but not limited to reliability and cost, should be considered by the Commission? For route alternative B, which is the most appropriate alignment for the transmission line along Augusta Road, the north side of the road or the south side of the road, and why? Are there other issues or concerns related to this matter? Staff notes one minor error in the decision options. The decision option 6A that references winter tree clearing was inadvertently added. That issue was resolved in the October 2025 order and is an unnecessary decision option. I have no further remarks, but I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lobby. We're going to now go to introductions. We're going to start online, and I will start with Mayor Johnson. If you could introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Courtney Johnson. I'm the mayor of the city of Carver, and I don't have any prepared remarks. I'm just here to kind of see this project through. I know that we have discussed this previously, and I'm eager to get resolution.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your being here today, Mayor Johnson. I was going to give you the opportunity, since you are representing the city, I was going to give you the opportunity to give a little speech if you'd like to, but if you don't feel necessary, we don't need to go down that route, but I appreciate your attendance here today. So, Ms. Smith, if you could introduce yourself.
Sure. I'm Erin Smith, the Community Development Director for the City of Carver.
Welcome. I'll start on my left.
Logan Hicks, PUC EIP staff.
Good morning, Chair Sullivan, Commissioners. Haley Waller-Pitts with Frederickson and Byron on behalf of Great River Energy.
Michael Swenson on behalf of Great River Energy.
All right. Nice to see everybody. We'll now move to Commissioner questions. I feel maybe on my right there might be a question or two.
Maybe just a few.
Commissioner Tuma.
Ms. Waller-Pitts, thank you. Just let's get some of the technical stuff out of the way first. 6A just popped in there, and I didn't know if that was a concern that was raised by the applicant. I agree with staff that it was really not within the scope of what we sent back to the ALJ, but you have any concerns with the permit language around tree management?
Ms. Waller-Pitts.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, thank you. We had initially raised that condition in initial comments during the supplemental period, primarily because we didn't really get into a discussion of permit conditions during the last meeting. And the restriction that is identified in that permit condition is more restrictive than the Commission typically imposes. I think, as the Commissioners are aware, typically the tree clearing permit condition says something along the lines of coordinate with Fish and Wildlife Service on the appropriate restrictions. And so that is kind of a broader concern. if the commission selects route alternative B today, there are no forested areas on route alternative B, and there would be very, very limited kind of isolated tree clearing that may be required. So that condition for route alternative B in this docket does not pose a timing concern.
Would you like to just add some trees?
Well, that's our next conversation. But if there is some language that you like, I agree with you. I don't think the tree mitigation issue is that significant here, and the winter removal is not that significant. So if the winter removal language is something you would like to modify, I'm open to it if you have a suggestion.
Ms. Waller-Pitts.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, I think that the restriction that the commission imposed on the Appleton to Benson project a couple weeks ago would also work here.
And that's what we're trying to accomplish with B. So no need to do 6A. Is you agree with that then? And then as 6B, I only change I might suggest making, because the Benson one was multiple counties, I might just say DNR, Carver, and affected townships. Work with them, because I think there's just 2 townships, so I understand, involved here. Is that correct?
Ms. Waller-Pitts.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, that's correct. And on the tree replacement plan, as I noted earlier, right, there's no forested areas on this project. There are very few trees that would need to be removed, and so the GRE doesn't oppose the tree replacement plan here, but just want us all to be on the same page from the start that it's probably going to be a pretty skinny plan. Just there aren't that many trees.
And that's our understanding, is a conversation we had on Benson. We don't want a big plan here. I mean, it's just a matter of, if you take a tree out of a landowner's property, say, we'll plant a seedling for you, or work with the local extension office to do a tree planting type stuff. And so, again, we're not looking for anything big and crazy, and that's your understanding too, Ms. Waller-Pitts.
Ms. Waller-Pitts.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, yes, thank you.
Okay. Next, I want to just touch on the new late alternatives that kind of floated. And I have read all the late filings. I've read all the concerns. And Mr. Logan, the way I looked at them, they're really not raising any different routes that seem to be a significant change. They're going to be the same type of impacts that alternative B, similar length. They're not really adding anything to the context as far as it should trip up anything at this late stage. Is that your understanding, Mr.
Logan?
Yes, that is correct. There was a couple other suggestions, but I think the impacts would be similar across route alternative B as well.
Is that your anticipation, Ms. Waller-Pitts?
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, yes, when we looked at the route alternative that was identified during the supplemental process, it looked like that would probably actually increase proximity to homes on that route as compared to B.
Tree removal too is what I saw too. So, future substation, I appreciate Judge Middendorf's report on the station. Something I would probably add to the report, and I'm looking at our order writer now, JD, just something that from the record that stood out to me, that helped me out, that I don't think the judge noted, was an October 28th filing from the applicant, what they call their Appendix C. I thought was very helpful. It talked about the Greenfield Breaker Station, and here's what it said in there. It said that the description of the hypothetical location for the breaker station is at a location where 3 existing 115 kV lines meet, but because a breaker station at this location would divide the system into 3 separate circuits. And so that's in your filing. I thought it was very helpful because it put, I think, a lot of the context that I was getting from the independent assessment, the new assessment as far as what the cost of that is. That's still 10, 15 years down the road, assuming the growth that's going on in there. I kind of think we're probably in this position because somebody made a decision 10, 15 years ago about where to put the lines that we're all hooking up to, and so now we're dealing with it now. But I think one thing that stood out to me from that, and I think why it's important, is that even though this project to get load and energy to a particular location may have some reliability concerns that we may have to address 10, 15 years down the road, which I was led to believe was, a huge concern, and that added to the cost. When I read that, that made a lot more sense, because what we're dealing with at that stage in 10 to 15 years, we don't know exactly what it will be, and it'll probably be a greenfield, but that greenfield was going to share some of those costs with two other lines, at least in this example. And so not all of that $9 to $10 million that you indicated what a greenfield would cost, it necessarily would be kind of attributable to this line, even though we don't make those attributions. But just from a planning, making a decision here today between alternative A and the proposed alternative, is that even though that $9 million is hanging out there as a reliability concern, it probably will be shared with some other concerns that are happening in that area. And so it kind of, in my mind, put it in greater perspective. It's speculative, and yes, it's $9 million, but it could be, it could be something more. Is that your understanding, Mr. Logan? And I'll ask the applicant too.
Mr. Hicks.
Yes.
Mr. Hicks, sorry, I keep saying Mr. Logan, but
I
just have her two last names,
Yeah, that is my understanding as well, is that the Greenfield breaker station was out of scope of this particular project, and that's how I wrote the EA, because it was kind of like it's maybe down the line hypothetical, right? So that was kind of where I was thinking in terms of cost analysis and everything like that.
And I apologize, Ms. Hicks, when I read the filings before the last one, I had this, millions of dollars of reliability things floating in my head. We're going to build something in 3 years, and we have to put a new substation in. I was like, this is a concern. But as I see it now, I think it's a fair representation, is that 10 to 15, kind of speculative. We don't know exactly what, $9 to $10 million is a guess at this stage, and that it would be shared with other reliability concerns in that neighborhood. Is that a fair assessment as we weigh these two different proposals?
Ms. Waller-Pitts.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, just want to say one thing first on the reliability concerns for route alternative B, just so we're all on the same page. Both the proposed route and route alternative B are reliable, right? It's just that the proposed route had some additional benefits. So that is not the concern. And certainly, I think, as we've said in our filings, the company evaluates the system continually. And at this point in time, based on what we know right now and anticipated load growth in the area, yes, it would be 10 to 15 years, could be sooner, could be later, depending on other activity in the area, and that the ultimate solution, if you will depend on whether there are other facilities that have been modified or added in that time, and other load growth in the area.
Thank you. Other concern I had as we went from the prior into the supplement is the impact on the distribution system. I think it was as we analyze the impact of alternative B to the proposed route was, what is this additional cost? That's pretty much been all taken care of when I got the letter from Minnesota Valley saying we support alternative B because they're very cost conscious. So even though there was some cost differences on the distribution system, more for alternative B than would be for the proposed route, the fact that Minnesota Valley is saying this is our route, to me, I defer to them. They're the experts in that area. They understand the distribution system, and even though it's marginally more expensive, even that was not, I probably wouldn't have changed my mind had I not had the advice from Minnesota Valley. But I really do appreciate their advice, and I assume that's GRE is going to follow their member just as long as why I'm following your member in this situation. Is that correct, Ms. Waller-Pitts?
Ms. Waller-Pitts.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, yes, certainly the preference of the local cooperative here was very important to GRE.
And I appreciate the mayor being here, even though she's a Packers fan. We will take her advice. And by the way, the guy sitting next to me is a Packers fan too, so you're probably doing okay there. But the
2-1 here, dude.
Yeah. The advice though that I actually appreciated the most here was Dahlgren Township. When you look at local impacts, I as I pride myself in going out there and looking at the landscape and understanding it, but I give all deference to supervisors. They are the experts in the area, and very rarely do they weigh in on these situations because they have to deal with different landowners. And the fact that Jeff Thompson weighed in, gave us an indication that the alternative B was the preferred route, was highly valuable to me. I think I took that as a good signal that, along with Minnesota Valley indicating to us that our alternative B was the appropriate route. I really did appreciate the township weighing in and giving us some help. It confirmed things that I was seeing, and I trust them far better than my eyesight at this stage in life. And so I just wanted to note that for our discussion today, how much I did appreciate them weighing in. And that's all the questions I have, and I'm ready for a motion when you are, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Tuma. Commissioner Hom? All right. Commissioner Tuma, we are ready for a motion.
I would move decision option 146B and B only, and making the minor changes of adding after DNR Carver County, and then after that at the top where it says affected county, change that with affected townships. And then at the very bottom, the last sentence, planting shall be prioritized in townships through which the line crosses, given the so few trees that I think would work. And then 8.
That is clear to me. Is it?
Lobby's nodding his head with a
We're
thumbs
good?
up, so.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The motion passes. Thank you to the parties. Thank you, Mayor Johnson, Ms. Smith, for being here. Thank you to our staff and to the parties. So thank you. Mr. Lobby, thank you, as always.
Good work.
All right, we are now going to take a break for lunch until 12:30, and when we come back, we will hear agenda item number 4 and 5. So we are in recess until 12:30. All right, we are coming back from recess to work on our fourth and fifth items for the day. Mr. Stolpus, if you could introduce the matter, and if the parties who are here on behalf are here on agenda item number 4, if you could come forward to the desk or turn your cameras on, and then we can do introductions. Mr. Stolpus.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Item number 4 is docket number E002/M-24-230 in the matter of Northern States Power Company's petition for approval of a solar and storage portfolio. The issues before the Commission: should the Commission approve the proposed PPAs and authorize Xcel to recover from Minnesota retail customers the Minnesota portion of PPA costs through the fuel clause rider? Should the Commission approve the acquisition and construction of self-build projects and their cost recovery through the res rider? Should the Commission approve the acquisition of land rights for the Sherco Solar 4 project and grant a variance regarding the filing requirements for property acquisition? Should the Commission limit cost recovery for the self-build projects to a symmetrical cost cap set at the bid cost? And should the Commission allow the company to propose changes to its jurisdictional allocation approach in future res rider filings? Staff has one note that there were revised decision options e-filed on Friday. Those are in the back. All they did is the original decision options failed to include Grant Solar and the Crane BESS. Otherwise, they're the same. And I have nothing further. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Stolpus. And if parties could just introduce themselves. Dr. Lieb.
Sydney Lieb with the Minnesota Department of Commerce. I'm joined here by a large contingent of my team.
I see them all.
Yes, I believe there are also some online. This is a pretty wide-ranging docket, so we'll have people introduce themselves if needed as specific issues come up.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dobson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Ian Dobson with Xcel Energy. I also have a variety of people here if they are needed.
It's like a marriage. You guys are on that side and you're on that side. It's very prominent this time. All right. Anybody online? Okay, let's move to Commissioner questions. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So, department and company both, I think we had our internal discussion, serious discussion about trade secret designation of the information. I think I raised this issue a couple of weeks ago in different dockets too, but I think this time I carefully read department's comments. And there was a section shouldn't be a trade secret. I think there was I don't know what process going through with the departments, but I think clearly certain thing cannot be a trade secret. The department cannot be a trade secret, right? Statement there.
Dr. Lieb.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, I think your statement that department's analysis is independently not trade secret is obviously accurate. I think usually when we're calling something trade secret, it's because it was based on data that the utility themselves claimed trade secret. We don't usually refute that unless we feel like there's a public interest intervener particularly interested in trying to push to make things not trade secret. I do share your concern generally that there's a lot of stuff that's marked trade secret that maybe should not be, but we don't systematically go through and try to push that typically.
Yeah, that I understand how you run your shop, but also we have a public. Whether they participate or not, they have a right to access information. Because they didn't speak up doesn't mean that they don't have a right to read and see those information. So I think the department has to challenge everything that if Xcel is using blanket trade secret designation in many things in these dockets. And I was very disappointed that the department is not only getting along, but also the department failed to properly designate your trade secret in your own comments.
Dr. Lee.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, Noted. We'll take that back in how we're dealing with things moving forward. If the commission wants to help put out any guidelines on, again, companies tend to mark broad swaths of things, trade secret, and it's challenging, I think, for us to go back and forth and fight that. But if the commission has any guidelines for specific things you really want us to dig in on, I think we're happy to take that direction, because we don't disagree with you. We have to fight the company for data requests. We have to get analysis done. Oftentimes it's not clear when it's worth fighting a trade secret designation and when it's worth letting it go.
Thank you. I understand that you had to balance between how you spend your limited time, but also I think it's a state statute. I think we have an obligation to public to show almost everything to the public, because you are not challenging Xcel means you may violate that data practice, because on the data practice, public has a right to access certain information we have, but you are protecting certain data which is not a trade secret. So it is not just about regulation of utility, but we have also other statute governing the data practice. I think you have to give a serious thought about how to abide with this state data practice.
Dr. Lee.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, I appreciate the feedback. We'll take that back and try to adjust our practices to take this issue more seriously.
Okay, thank you.
Along that lines, I just have a quick question for the Xcel, and it's around Grant Solar, and there is still some discussion about what we should adopt with regards to recommendations by the department, which are held behind a trade secret wall. I'm looking at page 12 of their comments that they made in December, I believe, December 30th. And I'm trying to fashion in my mind at least what Grant Solar should look like in our order, and I'm also, because of that, wanting to ask questions of the department regarding their recommendations on page 12, and it's listed, if you're looking at, these are not trade secret, C 1.4, C 2.4, and C 3.4. It's a lot of narrative about what to do, and so if we get to Grant Solar, is that something that you're okay for us? I mean, these are just narrative. They're not talking about numbers, or they are talking about some conditions in Grant's contract, but not any specifically. I think could be trade secret along what you're doing. So I'd appreciate to know whether we can talk about this granularly. I think I could probably get around it without saying specifically what's in those things and asking you questions, but it looks really awkward and stupid as far as I'm concerned. And so is this something we could now decide is not trade secret and talk about the narratives that are in those three sections?
Mr. Dobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Tuma, I think I would probably refer sort of that specific question, if that's the way we want to go down, or that's the direction we're going to go, where we need to talk about some of that stuff, to John Bornhofen on our PPA team, who I know is online. I know there's also some representatives from Grant Solar here that can talk about this. I mean, part of this is some of this information. I don't know if this is specifically the information that Commissioner Hom was talking about, is the product of negotiations with an outside party, and we're negotiating with a bunch of them. So we can certainly, I think, if we want to, if you're wanting to talk about that stuff, I think we can huddle up and see, if there is something more that we can make public. I don't know that I can answer that.
Well, the way I understand it, so yes, please huddle up and ask that question for these three sections. Because if I understand it from Dr. Lieb, is that we were exercising extra caution on all of these, and we just labeled them trade secret. So I don't know if they specifically ran these by you and said, can these be not trade secret. My guess is you didn't. It's just you just were extra cautious. And I do know Grant Solar has some questions that I'm trying to get clarity from the situation. So if you could have your team huddle up and say, can we talk about the verbiage in there? And if not, what do they recommend that we do?
Okay.
Thanks. Thank you, Commissioner. I agree with you completely too about the trade secret situation.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you. Yeah, before we take a break, right? You're suggesting we should take a break and then.
I don't know if we take a break. When we get to Grant Solar, I would like to ask some questions.
Okay.
Or you may even have questions to ask them, then I'll answer my questions. But it would be helpful to use what I'm seeing here in red letters.
Yeah, even I'm not going into that far here. I more worry about process issue. So I want to say something to the company too.
Yes.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Why do you have to have a blanket protection on your PPA?
Mr. Dobson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hom, I think, well, I'm trying to decide whether I want to refer that to Mr. Bornhofen. If I'm understanding the question right, are you saying, is it fair to say that you're asking why haven't we gone through the PPA and more carefully designated whether certain provisions are trade secret while making other provisions more public?
Yeah, thank you. For example, name of the company, Xcel Energy, is not public at the trade secret.
Yeah.
Blanket protection of PPA means even you are saying that name of the company who is asking for this approval is protected under that. Right? That's ridiculous.
Okay.
And then also, if you're using a generic word, buyer or seller, which is not a trade secret in that document. I don't know how much you can protect. I used to evaluate this PPA, and then Xcel wasn't doing like this at the time. You are only protecting very, very narrow data, which might be the business sensitive. But this blanket protection is, to me, okay, I'll use a very blunt word, laziness.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hom, I don't know. I mean, I haven't gone back like it sounds like you have and looked at how we did it in the past. So I will do that now. And I think I've certainly heard the concerns you're expressing. And I think you referred to something, expressing these concerns a few weeks ago. So I think we, obviously we're concerned about protecting trade secret information, but to the extent that your concern is that we are overprotecting, we're going to take a second look at that. We'll have to take a second look at that and make sure that we are not.
Thank you. And one more thing. So our commission staff sent the information request to resolve this issue prior to coming to the commission on this Grant Solar issue. My jaw was dropped when I heard how Xcel replied to that information request. Because department agreed and they didn't complain about it, you don't have to work on this issue ahead of time?
Mr. Dobson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hom, I think I will start the response by saying we're going to go back and look at this. I think that under the various agency implementations of the Data Practices Act, I think the way that it typically works, I'm not going to speak for exactly how it works for the department or the commission, but when an entity designates information as trade secret, the agency will often, if for some reason they don't believe that that is trade secret, they will inform the company, and there is sort of a challenge, whether it's from a member of the public or somebody who wants to see it, there will be some sort of challenge. And at that point, we get to sort of make that case. What I'm not saying is that allows or that the company should sort of designate everything as trade secret off the beginning. That's not what I mean. my guess is, from my recollection, that was sort of the context of that response, was simply, laying out that back and forth process that I think makes sense under the Data Practices Act to make sure that we have an opportunity to explain if something is challenged or an agency thinks we have labeled something trade secret that is not trade secret. But I think I also understand your point that we need to be clear and judicious at the front end of what we're designating, and we'll go back and sort of review those practices and make sure we're doing that.
Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you. I'll play lawyer one more time. I think company has an obligation because you are claiming data as a trade secret under state statute, right?
Mr. Dobson.
Correct.
Do you think it's consistent with that, your practice of blanket protection of information, including your company's name in the paper?
Mr. Dobson.
Commissioner Sullivan, or Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hom, I think I understand your point that we need to be. I'm going to take it back and look through. I think there are certainly reasons that aspects of these contracts are trade secret. I don't know that I can say at the table right now that what we have done is somehow improper, but I will definitely take it back and we will be reviewing this.
So, do you want to take 5 minutes? How long do you anticipate the conversation will take?
I guess I would appreciate 15 because I do have to make a phone call and go through that.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll see you in 15 minutes. That's 1:10. All right. We'll be back at 1:10. We're in recess. All right, welcome back. Mr. Dobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that break. I think there's 2 points I'd like to make in response to that last line of questioning. First, with respect to the specific information that Commissioner Tuma wanted to talk about, I think those topics can be discussed publicly. Probably to the extent you have questions about those in the individual PPAs, I'm going to refer that to Mr. Bornhofen, who negotiated that and has a deeper understanding of what specifics are public and what specifics are not. The other point that I think I just wanted to address with regard to Commissioner Ham's general concern is that what we have done in this case, and I'll also preview this by saying we are going to go back and look at this. That this isn't changing anything I just said. But one thing to point out that I was reminded of is because we are executing sort of a number of PPAs now, the volume has increased. The way that we have addressed that is we have created a model PPA. That model PPA is publicly available. It's on our website. I will admit I don't believe we filed it in this. I can't remember if we filed that in this, but the model is public. And so the individual PPAs we have with individual companies are going to reflect the differences that we've negotiated with those sellers and the model. And so I think for I'll use a word different than Commissioner Ham used, but administrative ease, we simply designated the whole contract as trade secret with the recognition that anything that is not trade secret and public is reflected in the model that's publicly available. Again, with that said, we're going to go back and look at this more closely.
Commissioner Ham.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. The reason I use that adjective, I try to not to use that adjective in public, because you go back to look at your public and trade secret documents. In trade secret documents, some portion is marked as a trade secret within the trade secret document. So by just reading the trade secret, I can understand what is a trade secret.
Yes.
But some portion is not marked in that way. I had to use 2 different documents by myself to compare what is a trade secret or public. That's why I had to use that word, because somebody forgot to mark certain portion. Even within the trade secret, you have to mark it. That way I can understand. For example, department using very clear color, red color, and they are marking from beginning and end where everything is trade secret. So I can see and read their trade secret document, I can understand what is a public, what is not. While I was using your document, some are marked, some are not marked. Then how can I know which one is which? Unless I compare 2 documents.
Understood.
All right. Dr. Lieb, did you have any? Oh, okay. All right. Commissioner Ham, any additional questions?
Yes, substantive issue. The reason I engaged in this trade secret information issue was if federal government policy changes, I have to use this generic word because I don't know whether that terminology you're using in that negotiation is a trade secret or not. Changes. There is a provision that seller has a right to change a price, right?
Mr. Dobson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Ham, that's my general understanding, and to the extent we need to get more specific, we can go to Mr. Bornhofen.
So that's a one-directional rather than bi-directional. For example, recent Supreme Court case that specific tariff was stricken down if it has a positive impact to overall cost of the project. What happened to that benefit?
Mr. Dobson.
I think I'm going to refer that to I think that's part of the overall negotiations, and I'm going to refer that to Mr. Bornhofen.
Mr. Bornhofen, and if you could introduce yourself for the record.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is John Bornhofen. I work for Northern States Power.
Welcome. Did you hear Commissioner Ham's question?
Yeah, Commissioner, I'll try to address your question. First of all, I believe what we use is a change in trade measure, a change in tariff. That's the kind of language that we're using in our contracts. Change in trade measure where a party experiences a new or unexpected trade measure event on their supply chain. And that trade measure event could be a variety of things, and you're referring to potentially a government action that imposes a new tariff on that particular supplier or that particular country of origin. And so that would be what you're referring to. And in that circumstance, if a developer can prove that they had a change in circumstance and they can prove that to an independent auditor, then they would have the opportunity to come back and request a price increase equivalent to the effect of that new tariff. And then to the latter point, is there a mechanism for us to go back and claw back a potential reduction in price if we see something publicly where a trade measure change has occurred? Currently, under our contract, there is no mechanism for that. So that's the short answer to your question. But there was intention as to why that was drafted and negotiated that way. If you'd like to be, I'm happy to give you some context.
Commissioner Ham.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Yeah, that's my understanding. So now I'll ask the department. You had a concern with that provision, right?
Dr. Lieb.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Ham, we did raise some concerns with that provision and had substantial back and forth with the company. I think a lot of the question was around just how much uncertainty there was there. And we ultimately, I think, had to acknowledge that there's a lot of risk and a lot of uncertainty here, and we have to weigh the risk between sending the company back to renegotiate the PPAs and also getting the PPAs built quickly enough to get the tax credit. And so there's just a lot of risk and uncertainty around all of this. We've seen the tariffs struck down. We've seen the federal government trying to put them back. And we ultimately decided not to ask the company to change the way that it's currently there because we think the most certain risk is the risk of losing the tax credits. And that's the one we decided to sort of let be the rate limiting thing.
Sorry.
So overall, you factor in all these things when you are making your final recommendation. So we don't have to individually pick and choose an individual item in this overall discussion. So you factor in everything, including that part in your recommendation.
Dr. Lieb.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Ham, yes. I think the best way to think about it is that there's several buckets of uncertainty and risk associated with various federal actions at this time, and we weighed and balanced all of those, and that is where you're seeing our final recommendation in terms of what we think is the best pathway through given the uncertainty and the risk.
Thank you.
I just kind of want to touch on that, and I don't know if Mr. Dobson or Dr. Lieb, which of you would be the best answer, but what is the relative difference in size between the tariff and the credit? Like the tariff could add 10% of the cost versus the credit takes 30% of the cost off. Do you know what I'm getting at?
Yeah, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know. I don't know if Mr. Bornhofen has any additional information. But.
Yeah, thank you. I can try to at least provide some context here. I don't think I have a good answer for you, but the tariff is going to be imposed on various stages in that supply chain. It could be early in stage in one small component. It could be mid stage at a large component. It potentially could be at a later stage where the components are all assembled. It could be at the import stage. There's various stages where that tariff could be imposed, and so as you can imagine, whichever stage is coming in, the volume or the size of that particular component, the cost of that particular component, is going to vary. And so to say with any degree of accuracy, like to give you a number of what that metric is or what that size is, it's very challenging. And unfortunately, I just don't have an answer for that.
losing the
gonna
credit would be
based on the project.
losing the credit would be of larger magnitude than the tariff, though. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, if you're referring to the tax credit, I think is what
Yeah.
you're referring to, then yes, that is the tax credit or the tax bonuses. Those are much more impactful on a project than I shouldn't say that 100%, but generally speaking, I would agree that that's a bigger impact on a project.
What is the problem of crediting back if the tariff were to go away entirely, and then the PPA, the bid price is now out of sync with what the actual cost was? What is the problem of crediting that back? I don't understand why the company gets to benefit from that.
I'm sorry, the company would not have any benefit here. Potentially a supplier or a developer or a manufacturer.
Yeah, that's right, because it's a PPA.
Could have a benefit if that was to occur. But again, I use potentially because there's really no guarantee that anybody's going to get a benefit here. And we've seen that in the news recently where entities have already paid tariffs, but there's really no path forward for them to get those tariffs back. That's just one example of the uncertainty here. And so there's no guarantee that anybody's going to get any money back, let alone would that be able to flow back the various steps and then come back to.
So if a company were to sue the federal government and be awarded damages, and that would basically just be, that'd be theirs though. That would be the developers, and there would be no credit back, to Xcel and then ultimately to Minnesota ratepayers, correct?
I suppose if that was to occur, we would not, the contract does not have a mechanism to have those funds come back to our customer.
Okay.
Exhausted here, but I do have some questions on grant. So if you're
Commissioner Tuma.
on Grand Solar. My apologies. Page 12, Ms. Lieb, you had some recommendations, and they didn't always make clear sense to me, but it seems like you're okay with Grand Solar with some conditions. And now I guess we can talk about it. So tell me what you're looking for first. If you want more conditions, so we approve, because the way the decision option is drafted now, it says approve the following solar standalone storage PPAs. And it seems like you're okay with most of the PPAs, but on Grand Solar, you listed some concerns. And I'm trying to track to see whether you still have those concerns and if you want us to put conditions on approval of the Grand Solar PPA. Does that make sense?
Dr. Lieb.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, I think that we are okay moving forward at this time, but I'm going to confirm with the analyst who's more in the weeds on this one. Don Hirasuna, who I think is online.
Mr. Hirasuna.
Hi. We ultimately think that the expected risk of this production tax credit, losing that, is not worth the costs that might occur at this point. It's too uncertain about, say, some of the import provisions. But one possibility, one condition that we have discussed is a possibility of making it so that those trade provisions are not in future contracts. That might be something to consider.
But not that's an overall policy and not necessarily something that is specific to Grand Solar. That's why I'm trying to focus on to make sure I get Grand Solar only at this stage.
Yeah. For Grand Solar, we have decided that it's just to accept it outright. We do have these concerns, but in the end, that our assertion is that it's not going to be worth potentially sending this back to renegotiation. and then possibly losing the production tax credits because of it.
Only one that was somewhat interesting to me that I thought I understood was C24, where there's some information back to the commission if this happens, and I don't know how that would be operational, whether it's possible to do that, Mr. Dobson, is to provide information to us if there is a material change, I guess.
Mr. Dobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Tuma. I don't know how possible that would be. Again, I feel like I'm referring everything to Mr. Bornhofen, but I'm going to ask him if he understands or would be able to answer how whether we are able to do that or not.
Mr. Bornhofen, I would assume that if the contract provision was exercised by a developer to say, we have a material change in price, and the PPA changes, that's a standard PPA change you're going to notify us of anyways. And so I'm thinking where our normal process already takes care of this, but I wasn't too sure because I wasn't fully grasping, and I have a better understanding what the department is looking for on a more universal standpoint. But I guess I would be satisfied to know if you tell me that if one of these provisions is exercised and a price would change because there's a tariff now on Chinese components that are coming here that is causing the price to go up, and they're able to prove that, you would notify the commission of that. Obviously, it's probably be trade secret, but we would be notified of it.
Mr. Dobson. I saw him.
Oh, he's diving in.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Tuma. I think I misunderstood the question until you asked it.
I was trying to understand this one specifically.
Yes, I think I would say to the extent that there is a change in our pricing because somebody has exercised this clause, we would certainly notify the commission of that.
I was just thinking through as I was asking the question, so sorry.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. In that case, do you have an option to terminate the contract without any penalty?
Mr. Dobson.
That one I'm going to make sure to get accurate. I'll refer to Mr. Bornhofen.
No, we do not. They have up to a certain threshold. There's a cap under the provision. As long as it doesn't exceed the cap, then we do not have the right to terminate that contract.
So what happens if it's above the cap?
Mr. Bornhofen.
They are not allowed to. They are not allowed to come to us for a increase greater than the cap.
So it's a hard cap.
It's a hard cap. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And since we're talking about caps, I want to talk about 6, if I could. Decision option 6. If I understand where Xcel is, and I could be wrong, my understanding is you're not supportive of 6. You want this to be, and I'll just characterize it as your normal recovery process. You bid these out, you come to us then in a rider or a rate case, and you say, here's the cost of this, actual cost we've paid, whether the tariff exercise was exercised or not, and that's what we're coming in asking for your recovery. No caps at all, symmetrical or soft or hard or anything.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Tuma, I think it's a little more nuanced than that. I think that our primary position would be for what I guess I would refer to as a soft cap, and on some of our builds, the commission has granted a soft cap, and on some of them they've granted the symmetrical hard cap. The soft cap, just to be clear, means if we come in below what we have bid, our customers get those savings. It's not symmetrical. If we come in above, we've got to come in and prove to you.
So if we were to change 6, it should read, limit the cost recovery to a soft cap, and then take out symmetrical on the third line. And then I think any cost it incurs above the cap that are a result of the circumstances out of the company's control or prudent actions could be recovered, or something like that.
Just to be clear, yeah, that would, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, that would be our, or Commissioner Tuma, that would be our primary position. I think what I was going to say is what I will acknowledge is that there have been a couple of resources recently where the Commission has implemented a hard cap, a hard symmetrical cap like this, and it has done so with language like we have here with respect to the new trade measures, because that's obviously a very different dynamic than we can control. So we prefer the soft cap. I will also acknowledge that this is something that the Commission has done that's reflected in 6, and we've made that work.
But for this particular set of PPAs, if I support a soft cap, and I want a soft cap in there, we would have to have language in the order. If we just do nothing, then it's just under normal regulatory processes. So you come to us in a rider and you would say, this is what the actual cost was for Grant Solar. And there we are. If I want to create an expectation that you have to prove something to us at that rider for Grant Solar, I would have to have some language in this order. There's not a standing order on a soft cap, right?
That's true. There's not a standing order. I think I agree with that. I think it's creating an expectation. I think we always have to prove prudence, and if you did nothing on it, I think other parties could certainly make us prove anything above the cap. But I acknowledge your point about creating an expectation. You would need to probably put a soft cap into the order.
All right.
Yeah, that's all the questions I have.
Okay. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So I'll ask the department, so do you agree with the modified number 6? I think this is not actually department recommendation, it's our staff interpretation of department's position. But my conversation with you sounds like you guys comprehensively factor in everything. So I don't know whether number 6 as it is your recommendation, but seeing that what Commissioner Tuma is trying to do with the soft cap, and then Xcel has a burden of proof anything above that soft cap.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, the department prefers 6 as currently written in the briefing papers, not modified to the soft cap. And the reason that we prefer this is that this forces Xcel's self-bid projects to be treated the same as the PPA projects. It creates the same cost constraints that the PPA projects have.
Yeah, but prior discussion with me and you that department factor in every uncertainty, and so asymmetric understanding of asymmetric application of that new trade measure is okay. That's why I don't know how to interpret that position with the number 6.
Dr. Lieb.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, the way that we're looking at 6 being written is that 6 would allow recovery if there's if the change in the bid is due to some sort of trade measure tariff impact. So I think this is creating, so the PPAs may have some fluctuation, as we discussed, if there are tariffs that increase or decrease the cost of things, but we think getting them in the ground is important because of the tax credit, which is a very certain risk and also very large. And so the point of 6 is to make sure that the Xcel self-bid projects are treated with the same cost cap collar that we're applying on those PPA projects.
Commissioner Hom.
Okay, yeah. To me, this is treating Xcel self-build different than PPA. That's why I'm trying to make a sense with it after some conversation here, because we already discussed the PPA portion of the asymmetry, and now here 6 trying to do symmetric hard cap. So that's why I cannot reconcile these two positions as a fair way of making that Xcel self-build will be equally treated as. I'm not saying that we should equally treat it, but that's a different thing. But the department position is trying to equal treatment. Then does it make sense to have this number 6 if you want equal treatment?
Dr. Lieb.
Sheriff Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, I think our understanding is that the PPA projects will have some flexibility within their cost, within their negotiated pricing to be flexible with federal actions, and that the company should similarly have flexibility within their cost cap for federal actions, and that's what 6 would do, and that the hard symmetric cost cap would be for other things outside of that.
Commissioner Lieb.
No.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you. So I think similar to that one, I think, how about the number 10?
Dr. Lieb.
Are you okay with the number 10?
The department hasn't taken a firm position on this one in our comments. I don't think this is a bad suggestion.
So department opposed this one?
I think departments I think 10 would be fine if the commission wants to approve that. I don't think we feel strongly that it's needed, but I don't think it's a bad thing to add to the motion.
Okay. Thank you. I don't think I need to ask you guys. I think you guys oppose this one, number 10.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hom, I think, the way I read 10 is we have to demonstrate that this is prudent. It's in my view, it's a different way of saying it. If we've demonstrated that costs are prudent, then our customers cover them if it's not prudent. So to the extent that the commission wants us to make that showing, we'll be happy to make that showing.
Or, in other words, if we have a soft cap, as Commissioner Tuma suggests, do we need this option?
I don't think so.
Thank you.
I might want a minute with our attorneys to see if I can come up with some soft cap language.
Can I ask a question about number 6? As far as a soft cap is concerned, if the numbers come in under, ratepayers get the benefit. So that's what we're switching this to. Whereas this is a symmetrical cap, but at the end of the day, it's a hard cap on the top. That's just like the PPAs. Just like what Xcel said and what Mr. Bornhofer said. Yeah, it's a hard cap. We don't get to come back and prove it up. The department is like, we like a symmetrical cap because it mimics that.
If I were I would agree with you if this was 10 years ago. And we weren't in this crazy trade situation that we're in today. I don't know where this is all going to go. I can't predict. Yeah. And so if it goes down, I want to see the ratepayers get the benefit of it.
Got it.
And Xcel's not asking for it in a sense. In some ways, the hard cap benefits them.
Yep.
Because they get to keep any savings.
They get to put the screws down. It's a motivator. Yeah.
And right now they're saying, no, we don't need the motivation. This is just too uncertain, I think is what they're trying to say to us. And I'm kind of the same way. I think I'm just not feeling comfortable that we can rely on that, and even the PPA bids are kind of hedging a lot of that stuff too. And so that's why at this stage with this one, it doesn't mean I'm not against symmetrical caps, but this one, this time, in in this environment, I'm kind of thinking from a ratepayer protection perspective. A soft cap is a safer bet. That's what I'm thinking.
But like also getting the projects in the ground, because these are going to be resources that are going to be used and useful for 20, 30, 40 years, making sure that we get that PTC or ITC upfront is critical too. So like from my perspective, which of these is going to be more directionally aligned with getting the projects going? A symmetrical cost cap or a soft cap?
I don't know, like Mr. Daps, I don't think either really matters from that perspective. I think
Do they?
Mr. Chair, I don't think either of them matters in terms of how quickly we get the projects in the ground.
That answers it. Okay.
That was my assumption, but I didn't want to just make that assumption by my own. So.
Okay. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Before we go into the break, I have a question on 7 and 8.
Have at it.
Thank you. Yeah, department is supporting a decision option 8, right? So
Dr.
company,
Leap.
do you have any concern?
Mr. Dobson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hum, no, I think 8 is fine. We've raised the issue. If we need to bring it back, we'll bring it back.
That is a status quo, right? I think not changing jurisdictional allocation when you're filing the rider. So we are keeping it as it is.
And just to be clear, our intention through this whole thing is we would go to, these are system resources. We are planning them as system resources. We will go to the other jurisdictions. We will seek cost recovery of those resources. In the event that we need to then come back, then we will make that filing, and then you will decide what you decide. That has always been the intent, and we'll do that.
Yeah, it's a case by case, and you have to check with other commission first before you do anything.
Yes, that's our intent. We are going to go to the other states and do that.
Okay, thank you.
Did you ask for action to be taken here? Like, I always hate doing no action. I just rather just not do 7 and 8, unless you actually made some request of us.
If I'm, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Tuma, if I'm understanding your question, I don't think you actually need to adopt 8 to be sort of flippant with language. If you're going to take no action, I think you can just take no action.
That's what I thought. But I couldn't remember if you actually specifically said, we want you to do this.
We're good? All right.
I don't
You
know
need
how long-
a couple
I don't know
minutes.
how long Susan needs. 5.
We will be back at 10 to 2.
Katie, you got it, or? Okay.
All right, welcome back to the show. Let's go. Commissioner
Waiting for
Toomer.
some language, and then I'll let you know what it says, and then I'll know what it says. We can all be on the same page. I think we stole this from Solway Otter Tail, so scroll down. I don't know how you do that. I'm not seeing other way. Oh, is that everything? There we go. So it's recover a soft cap, took out symmetrical, and then that it causes meaningful or limit the cost recovery for Xcel. Soft, authorize Xcel to request approval of exceed the costs that were necessary and prudent and outside of the company's control. Mr. Dobson.
Mr. Dobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Tuma. I think this language is generally works for us. There's one change I would suggest. There's actually from the original is this is referred to as the Sherco South BESS.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only change I would.
Okay, I'm not making the motion, but if I were to make the motion, I think that looks good.
All right.
Mr. Hahn.
Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. I'll ask the department one more time. I think you heard the discussion with the PP term. They have a two cap, hard cap and absolute cap. I think here there is no absolute cap. I think you understand. So still you're okay with this.
Dr. Lieb.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, the department can be okay with this.
Thank you.
All righty. Is there a motion? Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. I'd like to make a motion to move decision option 1, 2, 5, 6 as modified, 9, 11, 12.
And you're working off the revised decision options with the two Grant and Crane Lake, right?
Oh, so yeah, I already using it. So number 1, I meant including F and G.
I assume that, but I just.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't ask Xcel about number 5, but I think I received legal advice, and I think that's why I didn't ask Xcel's opinion about it, because based on my legal advice I got, I think we have to go with the 5.
I agree, too, and I think, Commissioner Hom, thank you for making the motion, and I'll just say, like, kind of on a policy reason, I can see why that they have the battery storage connected to the system, and I think it is there for the system for renewables, but it's not, the statute is not that flexible. So, and I know there's other avenues for recovery, so. Any additional, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. That was a rough wedding. And sides can now leave.
If anybody objects to this marriage, speak now or forever hold your peace.
You guys. Okay, I want to take just a quick 5-minute break, just so that we can power through the next thing. So sorry to have brought everybody forward and
Come forward, get yourself settled in.
yeah, and then now we're going to take a quick break. But we will be back exactly at 2 o'clock, and we will be dealing with our last matter of the day. All right. Welcome back. We are here for our last issue of the day. Mr. Duran, if you could introduce the matter, and then we will have the parties, starting with Mr. Pravatsky, and then going over, introduce themselves for the record. If there's anybody online that plans to speak today, if you could turn your cameras on so I know who to look for up there. All right. Mr. Bowman and Mr. Anderson. Okay, and Mr. Maluski and Mr. Stephenson. Great. Okay. Mr. Duran.
Good afternoon, Chair Sullivan and Commissioners. Item 5 is docket number E002, E015, E017/CI-24-288 in the matter of establishing tariffs for distribution system cost sharing for interconnection in constrained areas. The question before the Commission is what generic standards should the Commission adopt for the distribution system reactive upgrade process, otherwise known as the DISRUP. Since the briefing papers were filed, staff has filed a table of parties' preferred decision options. Additionally, Commissioner Hom has filed his preferred decision options. Staff notes that there was a minor error regarding decision option 18 and 47 of Commissioner Hom's decision options. Staff has printed out a corrected version of that language and as well as the party preference table, and that is available over there on the table. And staff is available for questions. They were really minor. They were just language that was read and crossed out stayed in.
Thank you, Mr. Duran. Okay, we will start. I'm going to have folks online introduce themselves first. So I would let's start in alphabetical order by last name. Mr. Anderson.
Hello, everybody. This is Cody Anderson, and I am with Otter Tail Power Company.
All right. Mr. Baumann.
I will go next. Thank you. My name is Nick Bowman. I am with the Coalition for Community Solar Access, or CCSA, and we were a party for the disrupt process. Thank you.
Welcome. Mr. Maluski.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Matthew Molesky with Nokomis Energy.
And last but not least, Mr. Stephenson.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Kerry Stephenson on behalf of Otter Tail Power Company.
Great, thank you. Mr. Pravatsky.
Matt Pravatsky with Nokomis Energy, also the lead representative for the industry partners here today.
Good afternoon. Puya Najmani with Cooperative Energy Futures.
Sydney Lieb with the Minnesota Department of Commerce, and again, I have many friends here given how wide-reaching this docket is.
Good afternoon. Brian Munson with Xcel Energy.
Chair, Commissioners, Jennifer Kuklenski with Minnesota Power.
Joey Cherney with Office of the Attorney General Residential Utilities Division.
All right, welcome everybody. We are going to go first to Commissioner questions. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So I'll start with a very weird question, but we are trying to do this thing to expedite this interconnection of this resource. But after all this good work, if utility cannot construct things quicker, I think it doesn't matter. So I'll ask this question to Xcel. What is your expected time frame after everything, we agree everything today, everything is done, you have a mobilization threshold met and every terms are met in here. What is your process post mobilization?
All right, to Xcel.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hom, thank you for the question. We've sort of laid out in collaboration sort of with the stakeholder group that participated in the work group what that process would look like. So beginning after the mobilization threshold is met, they would go into a prioritization process, all of the projects that had met their mobilization threshold. And then that prioritization process has a series of sort of metrics that it looks at to identify if there are only a certain amount of upgrades that could potentially go forward within and fit within the cap, how we would select which projects would be chosen to go forward. After that, there would be a process to do a final cluster study where we would look at all of the projects, the DER projects that are participating in that disrupt upgrade to ensure that the scope of the project and the costs are aligned in a way that would allow those projects to actually interconnect without any constraints on the system. At that point, we would then tender the IAs for interconnection agreements for signature, and then upon signing and fully funding the IAs, they would move to detailed design and construction, following our normal detailed design and construction process.
Okay, thank you for that process. What is your commitment and expectation how long it will take for each section of your process?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hom, so the prioritization process is one of the decision points here today. We had proposed and supported originally 3 months. I believe the proposed package that you had put forward was for 4 months, where basically every 4 months we would gather all of the projects that met the mobilization threshold during that time and then make that selection. So depending on at what point in that cycle an upgrade meets its mobilization threshold, there could be an up to 4 month, in this case, delay until when that prioritization process is determined. The cluster study, we would work to do that as soon as possible immediately. The concern is depending on the magnitude of the upgrade that's required, whether it's something like building a new feeder circuit or vastly expanding a substation, the scope of that upgrade could impact the amount of time that cluster study takes, but we would certainly work as quickly as possible to complete that cluster study. And so it's hard to pin down exactly how long that portion would take, but as soon as possible is the goal.
Why the scope of work does matter when you're deciding that this is a purely study portion of it, right? So you are running engineering model and then see what upgrade you need to do it. Do you have what is the additional process within that portion of the work? What do you have to do there other than software study to identifying certain upgrade?
Thank you for the question. So it would be initially modeling the interconnection of the new DER to identify and verify that those constraints, that there would be constraints created, and then modeling the scope of the upgrade itself to validate that those constraints go away as a result of that. It really depends on what the scope of the upgrade is, though, and our ability to actually model that upgrade itself. Like, for example, if we have to expand a substation to add, say, a second or a third substation transformer, that may require us to physically move the fence within the substation, which may require us to purchase land, which would involve working with neighboring landowners, potentially doing environmental reviews and additional permits, going through additional or initial work, pre-permitting process to identify if that's actually a viable upgrade.
So that section will include those pre-permitting process?
To the extent that it's practical to do so in that cluster study, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, assuming you got a permit from the commission or the whatever regulatory authority, what is the time frame you are expecting for construction?
It varies by the scope of the upgrade.
So let's say without new substation.
Without a new, not a new substation. Something like a substation transformer. Let's say we're upgrading a substation transformer or adding a second or third one to an existing substation. That largely depends on the lead time for getting the substation transformer itself, which can be anywhere from 2 to around 4 years. Some of our larger transformers, we've seen even some lead times extend even beyond that 4-year mark. So it ultimately depends on what specific size of transformer may be required in the case of a substation transformer upgrade.
Okay, thank you. Compared to that, you are doing aging distribution system upgrade, right? What is your internal process to do this aging distribution system upgrade, and can you compare that process with this process?
Yep. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hom, it largely follows the same process once we get into detailed design and construction, where we assemble an internal project team that works through the detailed design and engineering that's required to enable the upgrade, and then moving it into construction once we've fully refined the scope through that detailed design process. The distinction is with Disrupt in particular, we have all that sort of lead-in process of the prioritization process, the final cluster study, things like that. And then there's also subsequent stage gates within MINDIP, things like tendering the IA for signature and things like that, that add some amount of time to the process compared to a completely internally initiated project.
So my understanding that without IDP, which is a recent, right? You can pre-order your transformer in the distribution upgrade because you don't have any regulatory process for your aging distribution system upgrade, right?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hom, that to some extent we can. We do have a sort of reserve and spare fleet of substation transformers. One of the bigger constraints with that is having a place to store that substation transformer in advance. You typically need to have a designated sort of concrete pad with additional, power supply available to it to protect the transformer and ensure that that it doesn't encounter other sort of issues that arise of just letting it sort of sit idly by. And then in addition to that, new substation transformers, they do typically come with a warranty period. And so if you buy too far in advance, you might actually have that warranty period expire before it's even been deployed into the field.
Yeah, but the lead time with the 3 to 5 years, I don't know whether you need to worry about that as of today. Being said, why don't you and why can't you just include this portion of upgrade with some expectation that including that pre-order process to shorten this post-study or this facility study or whatever study you do and then shorten that construction time frame?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hom, just to clarify, is that you're suggesting that we would merge the scope of this upgrade, of a potential disrupt upgrade, into an existing asset health, internally Xcel directed project? Is that my understanding?
What I meant is more procurement process. I think you can get the leverage with the, I don't know whether you get a economy scale these days because of so much demand, but typically when you buy bulk, you can buy things cheaper. That's what I heard when you guys are doing wind farm construction in Colorado, Minnesota. You can get it cheaper because you are doing multiple, not these days, but some time ago. How about this transformer? And so I'm not saying that you're merging those together, but I think procurement process, you procure with the same understanding of aging infrastructure upgrade and this kind of upgrade, and then make the procurement process a single process rather than you have a two different path.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hom, I think to the extent that we're reasonably able to do so, that is what we aim for. We typically work with our vendors that have designated sort of production slots, and we try and ensure that we are getting anticipated upgrade or transformers reserved in those slots, especially looking at, for example, like our 5-year budget, knowing that that's potentially how long lead times can be, ensuring that those are there. The challenge, I think, with something like a disrupt-initiated upgrade is that we don't always have the certainty that that upgrade will potentially move forward. It has to meet the mobilization threshold first, go through the prioritization process, et cetera. And so I think that is part of the concern with doing that, is not having the absolute certainty. And not all of our substation transformers are obviously completely interchangeable. We have a variety of different distribution voltages, a variety of different substation transformer like size classes in terms of their rating. So they're not quite as adaptable in all cases. There are certain areas where we could potentially reuse a pre-ordered transformer, in other areas where we might not be able to.
Yeah, I agree with that. But also I think extent possible, I hope you can be more transparent in this process, because we do a lot of this great work here. And then if you don't do construction, and then the construction delay overall, I think that doesn't matter. Whatever we did here has no impact, because I think legislators are clear about this legislation that we should expedite it as much as possible, but without actual action is taking shorter time, I think that we are in trouble.
Mr. Monson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hom, we certainly agree that doing everything that we can to try and expedite these processes for construction is very important to us, and we are working internally to identify what processes and different things we can do to kind of help facilitate that, because as we've shared in other dockets, for example, that there's quite a lot of work that needs to be done to prepare the grid for the future. And so that's of critical importance to us.
Yeah, thank you. I'm planning to watch this process along with your aging infrastructure upgrade process in distribution system, because you shouldn't discriminate this process over that process. I think a lot of time your aging distribution system upgrade is more finance driven. That means your 5-year the capital investment process or schedule dictates rather than reliability. I don't know it's a fact, but that was my impression, because you guys are not very clear about that upgrade and talking to us and talking to the department on that issue. So that's why, in that case, I think you shouldn't discriminate this this portion of upgrade in terms of procurements and the construction and allocating your engineers to this process.
Mr. Munson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hom, that's certainly the case with these disrupt upgrades being market-driven. Once they are moving forward, they will need to be integrated with that process and move forward immediately. And so that is our expectation, that we would not be discriminating necessarily in terms of procurement or even just the prioritization of construction.
Okay, thank you. Being said, I need to really compliment everybody in this process. I think when I had this pre-briefing with our staff, I was so impressed. I was expecting 2 days work, 2 days commission meeting for this. But I think we had already have a lot of good agreements. That's why I start with this. We already have a good agreements. That means we have to carry that out. So thank you for answering that. And being said, I think still we have some disagreements. That might be not that big, very small. That's why I try to minimize unnecessary discussion on this item. That's why I gave you this proposal up front, so you can complain about it to me. But intention is potentially this can be iterative process. I think it's like a MINDEP. We didn't finish it at one time. I think it may take time to finish it and finalize it, do it good. Being said, I think that's why I want to more focus on how you deliver outcome of it, even if this might be not a perfect solution. So please keep that in mind. We are trying to move it quicker. To me, that's better than trying to perfect this process. And then understanding how we will proactively, once again, work with it, modify it, upgrade it if you need to do it while we are doing this. So that's overall comment. Thank you.
Don't let the perfect get in the way of the great.
Commissioner Tuma, did you have?
That's it.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with what you just said. We can dial this in or out as things permit in the future, as conditions change. And I agree with everything you just said, Commissioner Hom.
That was a good point. That's a good way to say it. You know, the dials. We're working on the dial settings right now, not on the actual mechanism. I think that's what I was impressed too, that this is a solid mechanism.
Yeah.
And we just need to kind of set the dials, and they can be moved at some point too down the road.
Yeah. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So I have a specific question to Xcel. So decision option 66, I start with the same number of days there. Can Xcel do 60 days?
Mr. Munson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hom, if the Commission decides that 60 days is the amount of time, we certainly will do what we can to comply with that. I think our concern is just that there are some material issues that need to be addressed in that tariff filing, including a draft of the actual disrupt agreement, determining the administrative fee, and then potentially determining what the annual cost cap is for the program. And so what we anticipated with a longer duration, like 120 days, was to use that time to engage with stakeholders, potentially through the work group process. We found the work group to be a very collaborative and productive process, and I think that maybe doing some of that work in advance prior to filing could help streamline the actual procedural process and have us in a better place to start. But in lieu of that, if it were 60 days, we would file within 60 days.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll ask a department.
Dr. Lieb.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, I think we understand the value in moving quickly on the 60 days, but I also think, as you've seen here, the work group has been really effective. Some work groups, everybody just comes in and butts heads. I think this is one where people are working effectively. So giving 90 or 120 days to allow a little bit more consensus building before things get to the commission might be of value.
So you are okay even with the 120 days?
Yeah, we're fine with 120.
Okay, thank you. So, and I don't know who's representing the industry?
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, I think one way we've discussed it in general in the work group space is that if it's a longer time frame, then we would expect some of the progress that Mr. Munson spoke to be occurring while the tariff filing is being developed. So we prefer the shorter timeline to make sure that we're moving with urgency and we're making progress. But should it be a longer timeline for that tariff filing, we're comfortable with that so long as we're using that time as concurrent work where they're doing their formal drafting, but also we're doing work to settle things that may otherwise have to be settled in the formal tariff conversation. So we would bias towards the shorter, just for all the points you made during the first line of questioning, which is we're very desperate to get to a quicker way to get these projects to the grid and deliver from Minnesota. But should it be longer, we can just make sure we're making unofficial progress underneath as well.
So are you comfortable with 120?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hom, should it be 120, we will be comfortable, but we will just put a lot of onus on ourselves to make that progress in that 120.
Okay, because I think Ottawa and Minnesota Power, I think prefer 120. That's why I start with a equal number and then trying to see whether we can grant 120 to Minnesota Power and Ottawa. So I can ask Minnesota Power and Ottawa.
Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, Minnesota Power, why do you need 120 days?
Dr. Kuklinski.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, I think similarly to how Xcel felt, making the changes, we might want to reach out to some of the advocates in this work group space to try to address. I don't know that Minnesota Power will have, the extensive challenges or that it would be as challenging as Xcel, so we could live with 90 days as well. But we would want to reach out to stakeholders first so that by the time that filing gets to the commission, we've hopefully kind of hashed out any areas where there might be disagreement first. And we're happy to do that in the record too, but that just would give us a little bit more time to come to you with a better tariff filing.
Okay, thank you. And Ottawa?
Mr. Stephenson.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, we would echo the same comments, and this is a new process for us, so our bias would be toward as much time as possible as we learn the ropes, so to speak.
Yes, Mr. Pravatsky.
Sorry, Chair Sullivan, I just wanted to clarify, all of my comments about the timing were related to Xcel. We're very comfortable with Otter Tail and Minnesota Power with a longer runtime.
Thanks. Commissioner Hom.
No, thank you for that portion of the question.
All right. Floor is yours.
So potentially some of the controversial issue, that is the decision option 4
Yeah.
So I'll start with the industry because that's the number higher.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, we're definitely comfortable with decision option 4E. I think a lot of the dialogue in the stakeholder group itself was around the fact that really the only reason that this was introduced into the conversation in the first place is because it was drafted into the statute, and I will take a little bit of personal blame for that. For a little bit of history, when I started at Nokomis 4.5 years ago, a lot of the discussion around interconnection problems were around, should we be punishing Xcel more? Should we be hiring more staff to review it at the PUC? And it just felt like there must be a way for us to do a more market-driven approach where the industry could play our part in speeding things up. And so this was a bit of a my baby in sort of getting the industry comfortable, Xcel and utilities comfortable. And so that's the reason why the industry preferred was $1, because once we got into it, we realized there doesn't really need to be a minimum. For example, even at 750,000, I think it's incredibly unlikely that shared cost upgrades happen at that low of a cost. So we are comfortable. Very long story short, we are comfortable with 40.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And can I ask OAG on that?
Mr. Cherney.
So, Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, in short, we're okay with that too. We were much less concerned about the minimum cost than about potentially having a maximum cost.
Thank you. Department.
Dr. Leib.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, the department is comfortable with 4E.
Thank you. And so let's start with Xcel and all utilities.
All right. Mr. Munson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hom, we view the minimum cost threshold as a really important protection for our non-participating customers, knowing that through the mobilization threshold there could be some portion of these upgrades that are recovered from our non-participating customers. And so our main concern with having as high of a higher minimum cost threshold is to ensure that we're not using those potentially non-participating customer funds to subsidize upgrades that could have gone through under the status quo without the cost sharing framework. And so that was the reason why we put forward the 2.5 million, is it's basically ensuring that it would clear the most significant roadblocks first. That being said, we do believe that the $750,000 threshold as proposed is a reasonable balance as well, and we'd be willing to support that as well.
Okay, one clarification. I think you said you had a concern that the non-participants' money is being used. I think overall scheme, they are doing backstopping, right? I think temporarily they may be responsible for that portion, but we are supposed to have additional subscriber, and subscriber should pay for any carrying charges, including carrying charges. They have to pay for all of it.
You're the bank, but you get paid back. Mr. Munson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hom, that's correct, assuming that those follow-on projects do come and we collect those pro rata fees. And that's where we think having a higher mobilization threshold is also an important protection against that, to ensure that there's a reasonable likelihood that these upgrades will be largely used and not potentially stranded, where our non-participating customers are sort of left on the hook with no other subsequent projects coming to use up the capacity and pay their pro rata fees.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's very important to make sure that we are putting too much risk to the existing non-subscribers. And so I think we're trying to balance it. That's why I think this overall proposal is trying to get there as much as I can. So I just want to see whether there is any concern from all the parties on this one. So let's move on to the Minnesota Power.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, I think Minnesota Power also, shares the kind of stranded cost concern or risk concern for customers, but at the same time, we would agree that the overall proposal will result in customers being protected, and we're fine with the $750,000.
Thank you. Otter
And Mr. Stephenson.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, we support 4E as well.
Thank you.
Next, Nelson.
So, Chair Sullivan, it sounds like it might be more efficient to ask party whether there is any concern with my proposed motion rather than I go one by one. It seems like given overall package, if you are okay with overall package, we don't have to spend a lot of time on the individual items because it's about the package.
Way forward.
That's a great way, because I think it's, everything balances off each other, so that I think that's better.
Does anybody I'll just start online first. Does anybody online have any major concerns with Commissioner Hom's proposed decision options that have been filed, so you should have them? Thumbs up.
Chair Sullivan, if I may.
Yep.
If I could say something.
Mr. Molesky, yeah.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hum. I would just say that with respect to the mobilization threshold, I think that the presentation of what the mobilization threshold is and what it means in documents filed by the department, the OAG, Xcel, and summarized in the briefing papers relies on two assumptions. One, that the mobilization threshold sort of represents the amount the developers will pay, and that the remainder, whether that's 20% or 50%, represents the amount that ratepayers will pay, cutting into the annual ratepayer cap. And I think that's extremely misleading, and misleading in an important way. The mobilization threshold is the amount that's required to be committed before starting an upgrade at one single point in time. The remainder, the 20 to 50%, depending on what the mobilization threshold is, represents known price capacity. And that's a commodity, known price capacity, a commodity so rare, so scarce, you could fairly describe this entire convoluted capacity allocation scheme that we're discussing right now as existing just to force Xcel to estimate it. So in congested areas, which is where the upgrades are going to occur organically and a result of the prioritization, other projects are going to pay for that other 20 or 50%, whatever is remaining, of that known price capacity, eliminating that amount from the cost cap. And the payback period is 10 years. So the assumption that ratepayers are going to be on the hook for the rest of that seems to me, it is possible, but it's extremely unlikely. The most likely impact of a higher mobilization threshold is that it will slow the development of the upgrades by requiring additional projects to go through the interconnection process one by one until you hit the threshold. That's the most likely outcome from having a higher mobilization threshold.
Mr. Molesky, this is how I read that, and actually I had a very similar question in my briefing, which was, is it 80-20 and then 20 is basically cost shared to all of Xcel's customers? Then that was the same. That would basically become part of Xcel's rate base. And I interpret it basically meaning once you hit 80%, it's go time. And that the remainder, the 20% that remains, will be, and if there's significant demand in that area, that'll be subscribed. So Xcel's ratepayers could be in a situation where they're not on the hook at all. And that is the way that I interpreted it to mean, and that's when I'm lending my support to Commissioner Ham's decision option, it's basically under the assumption that it is very likely that Minnesota's or Xcel's ratepayers are not going to pay, especially in the near term, and that just like Commissioner Ham had said, if we find ourselves in a situation where after the window closes and it's 95% subscribed, and Xcel is basically a backstop for 5%, that could happen, but that's unlikely. And if in the future we find that, this has become an impediment, I think the point that was made initially, which was that we can dial this in or titrate it in or titrate it out, change it later, to see what works. That's the way I interpreted it, and I don't know if that gives you any calm or whatever, but that's the way I interpret it. I think I'm reading it the same way that you are. Commissioner Ham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Sullivan. I think that's why I provide the overall package, but I also need to pay really, really good attention to Department and Office of Attorney General's office intent to protect the ratepayers. I know that the low probability, but I have to be very cognizant about it. So as Mr. Molesky said, yes, there is no significant probability that the backstopper doesn't have to pick up the check two-way because demand is so high. So the 80% mobilization rate may not be even binding. You may have already 100%. So that's why I don't have any concern with the 80%. If there is so much demand, as mentioned before, then we will have 100% right there. Even if we don't have 100%, that 20% will not be borne by ratepayers in the long run because we will have either 5 to 10 years of subscription period. So anybody who new to it come to the table and they want to use that capacity, they will pay. So there is a very small chance, even if ratepayers are backstopper, doesn't mean that they'll pay.
You know what this reminds me of is, I mean, sorry for those of you who are not steeped in MISO world. This is JTIQ, but for the distribution system, which is JTIQ is that's how we're fixing seams problems. So.
Yeah. That's why I exactly took this as my experience in the transmission world. There is so much demand, but system is so complicated, we cannot do it. So this is trying to solve that problem. So that's why I was making the statement in the beginning, don't pay attention too much to detail of it. Speed is the essence. I think that's what we try to emphasize in other states when we are doing the transmission planning. Same thing here. Speed is the essence, not the detail making perfect solution to it, because there is so much demand.
Yeah,
Commissioner Tuma.
I agree, and it's a good, JTIQ, I didn't even think of that, it's a good example. And the reason JTIQ was successful is we didn't do it open to 500 projects. Mm-hmm. We kept it down to 5, the critical 5 that we needed to get done. And I think that's what convinced me where at this time where the dial should be set at 80, for now, I mean, it can change as we look at it, was the argument, not that I was the ratepayer argument, which is a good one, but it was the projects going forward. And I think that's what Xcel was trying to point out, is that if we set it too low and all of a sudden now we have 20 projects that hit 20 and we're ready to roll, we don't got the 20 feeders or substations or equipments that we have. But if we really can zero in right now on those 4 or 5 that are really really constrained, and that's just like JTIQ, these are the really constrained ones, then we can start working on this, and then we can look at the dial and say, well, maybe we could go to 50 at this stage, or if the other planning isn't going forward. And so that's what made me comfortable with the 80, not so much the ratepayer protection, was let's get the real ones done. More than likely it's going to be Northfield, by the way, so I guess I'm okay with it, but I could be wrong on that. So,
Mr. Molesky, is that, I mean, I want to give you the opportunity, if you're like, no, you don't understand what I'm saying, I want to give you that opportunity to tell me I'm wrong.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. No, I don't disagree that 80% will be subscribed, right away at all. I think that's absolutely the right assumption. I think the 100% will be subscribed in all the congested areas, right away. The only thing that I'm pointing out is that where you set that, the most likely impact, certainly in the short term, is just more projects are going to have to consecutively, one after the other, go through the interconnection process before you hit that number. So you're just adding, 180 days for each project that has to be studied to get to that number. That's all I'm saying, is if the interest is in doing this quickly, the higher you increase the mobilization threshold, the longer it's going to take.
I understand. The other thing, I don't know, Commissioner Hom, if you want to say something, but I just wanted to speak to the overall budget too. But yeah.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. That's why I start with the initial questions and understanding what's going on. Xcel Energy had a supply chain constraint too. Even if you have 1,000 feeder, I think, upgrade agreed with 0% mobilization, Xcel cannot do it. Doesn't matter whether you get approval or not. That's why Commissioner Tuma was saying that we have to fix something with very high demand and go there first with a limited resource. It's not an Xcel engineers. It's not Xcel cannot run their model. It is about supply chain issue. If you need to make it happen, because you don't want this on the paper, right? You want this thing to be working. To do that, Xcel has to have a supply. So that's why I was hoping that everybody understand this is about balancing speed of upfront, but also speed of the back end, and making sure that nothing is becoming choking point or the limiter. We need to balance this out. I think one easier way to do this is 80% starting point, making sure that Xcel can deliver actual supply chain. They promise that they're not going to discriminate this process over their aging infrastructure upgrade. Making sure that you are getting something. So That's the my initial understanding of the overall and trying to use a higher mobilization. But as you said, certain feeder, you have a huge demand. So hopefully that can be prioritized based on this higher mobilization threshold.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. I mean, one last thing I just wanted to make the point on is that one of the reasons that I'm at today, I mean, my feet are not in concrete, and in the future I might change my opinion on this, but is that today I think a higher mobilization threshold actually means we'll have a larger budget. We have, the cap is going to be set higher. So or effectively it'll be higher. So it kind of felt to me like we've got a lot of demand. I hear that, I understand that, I see that, and let's set a higher higher threshold today, and then if in a couple of years we need to rein it back in, then we can. So, but Mr. Molesky, thank you for raising that point. I do think that's been a good conversation. I'm glad, and you did raise something that certainly came up in my briefing. So, anybody else have any? Mr. Pravatsky.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Hom, and my colleague, Mr. Molesky, largely laid it out as well. But I just want to note, just to give some context of how this conversation went about in the stakeholder process, there's a reason the industry put forward 25% initially, and that's because the demand is so unbelievably immense across the entire distribution grid for Xcel. And the key point that we want to get to is something that Commissioner Hom has spoken to, which is we want construction to begin sooner, because once it's constructed and the price of that capacity is known, I think everyone who was not an industry stakeholder probably got sick of all of us talking about it in the group so much. You have no idea the amount that one individual factor drives development activity. And one point in the briefing papers that I thought, and from a few stakeholders that somewhat missed the mark on that point, was they talked about if more upgrades happen in more places, it could slow down development. And I can't tell you just how incredibly the opposite our reality is from that. And what I mean to say is our entire company, Nokomis exists, Cooperative Energy Futures exists. We all exist to find the land or the location for the project. We want to find the capacity for the project, and we want to find the off-taker for the project. With Xcel, a lot of our projects already have somewhat certain off-take if they're going through the community solar process. But then when you create that capacity, people will find the sites. That's what our expertise is. We will go find the sites. And so when we have proceedings, for example, where I know Xcel has been frustrated in procurement cycles where they don't get as many bids as they would like, or they can't fulfill the full, full slate of their DCIS goal or all of these things, the truth is the congestion is part of that problem. And part of us being able to bid in and provide these resources that everyone needs is having more known capacity in more places. And so just want to obviously understand the need for care for the ratepayer risk. And so we acknowledge, we are not shocked the fact that 80% would be put on the table. We're well aware that could happen. But we moved to that 50% in the acknowledgement that we know we were being ambitious, we know we were being aggressive, and we know 80% in our mind is very conservative. One way I would phrase the 80% is 80% is essentially 100. Because by the time you only have 20% of that upgrade left, the next project is very likely to trigger the next upgrade. And so essentially 80% is still a very big improvement from our status quo, but it's almost just a forced cluster study process versus something that actually opens up new capacity that can be pursued. So just for the context, because I think everything that's been discussed is accurate, and I would agree with all the dynamics at play, but just noting that. And I don't know if other topics should I list through now?
We can't. No, Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So respond to that one. In addition to this reactive, we also have a proactive upgrade. Also, Xcel is proactively doing, in addition to that proactive, they are upgrading aging infrastructure, right? So that improving aging infrastructure itself also will open the room there. So there are multiple components moving, so we need to be a little more cautious here to make sure that we are not risking. As soon as we have one bad case of risking ratepayer too much, we will have the other direction. So that's hopefully you can be a little more patient. As you said, it's progress. But also you have different progress to proactive upgrade, and Xcel is actually upgrading aging infrastructure. So 3 moving parts are increasing potentially host capability. So that's why it's not just this one.
Mr. Pravatsky.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, I couldn't agree more. Even during the stakeholder process, we regularly would say things, in layman's terms of saying, if you want to do all of these upgrades in the proactive, that's fine too. If we want to do it all in the reactive, we just need a way to bring these projects to the grid. And we're very comfortable, chasing where those upgrades occur through the proactive side. We're very comfortable doing the market-driven, triggered reactive upgrades. So very much agree. And I have other points, but I don't know if it's best to go now. Okay. One piece I just wanted to note, I believe it's 23B, refers to, it's in the prioritization section, but I specifically want to speak to the cost estimate variance. Just for context, so this clause is about during the upgrade prioritization process, should the final cost estimate come in 20% different than the previous estimate, that project would be taken out and it would restart. I just want to point out the risk. We oppose this piece, and I'm not sure if I put enough detail into why we opposed it. One of the reasons is cost estimate variance is a very big part of even our individual project world, and so we track this very closely. So for example, in Xcel's most recent filing, I believe the most recent filing, nearly half of project upgrades were off by more than 20%, and so 8 of the 19.
Sounds like you guys got to get better estimates. I mean,
I would love to get better. Well, Commissioner Sullivan.
I mean, this is what we say to Xcel all the time.
No,
I mean.
no, this is the Xcel estimate, not our estimate.
Okay.
This is Xcel's estimate.
Okay.
So, not to put too fine a point on it, but I've been in multiple project disputes about this alone. So I've very much experienced how the Xcel engineering team might speak to the reasoning or how we hear it in a regulatory space. But I just want to acknowledge, essentially 23B might mean that during the prioritization process, we're churning 50% of this administrative work will just be tossed out because, something like 8 out of 19, almost 50%, will be above or below. I also want to note the language says variance, but that means even if the costs go down by this letter, it would get kicked out, even though the prioritization is meant to do lowest cost first. So just want to note a little bit of an issue with the language there. I just while we're here, I also just want to put in a plug. I want to note, we've all said it, how well this work group went. That mattered a great deal because of the complexity and the messiness and all the things that went here. And so I just want to put in a plug for several items that didn't make it into Commissioner Hom's preferred decision options, but we believe hold quite a bit of merit. So for example, flexibility on payment methods such as bonds or letter of credit is a significant mover, especially now when the capital and the renewable energy market has never been more volatile and tough to manage. And then also want to, for the same reasons with the cost variance and estimates, really want to make a plug for the cost envelope piece that our colleague Kate Tomei referenced. And again, just because right now we deal with an incredible amount of variance from even the detailed design estimate into our final bill, and that's only going to continue to be a running challenge. So just want to make sure that's in there. But also just in general, I want to agree with Commissioner Hom's point that we know this is an iterative process. We know, for example, during early prioritization, every single upgrade is going to be 100% funded. So we might not learn a ton about the threshold in those early years, but that also means we're not going to have any ratepayer risk, which is positive. But just want to note, we as a group, I can't remember if we got it formally into the framework or not, are all very committed to continuing that space to make sure that as we go through implementation or even the tariff filing development, we are all very committed to continuing that productive space and keep protecting it and keeping it productive so that it can be useful as this big change goes through.
Good.
Thank you. Yes, specifically, I would like to address that the letter of credit issue. I have a concern with that one because meantime, Xcel is spending money, and then that money should have some value. Then they have to put that money into somebody's. So if that goes to the ratepayers for a time being. It's not a permanent. There's a sticker shock. It's the rate shock. I think we have to also balance that out because we have a lot of concern with affordability. Even if it's a long run, they are neutral, but also we have to be very cognizant about the rate shock. So that's why we are trying to balance this out to make sure that there is not only the overall permanent rate goes up, but also we have to worry about this variability of the rate and rate shock issue. So I think we need to be very cognizant about. That's why I intentionally reject that idea. I understand that you guys value of it, but also I think we have to balance that out too. We shouldn't put the ratepayers in the potential rate shock portion of it.
Commissioner Hahn?
Thank you. Yeah, can I ask a utility about the
Absolutely.
23B? So you just heard from industry side that the 8 out of 9?
8 out of 19.
19, okay. So close to half of it has this issue. Do you still need the 20%, this threshold to kick out these guys?
Mr. Munson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hom, I just want to clarify sort of what that particular 23B item is saying. So it's saying that a variance from the original study estimate that determined what the scope of the upgrade would be, upgrading a substation transformer perhaps, to the final cluster study that happens after a project is selected. So this isn't sort of an iteration through our detailed design process where we're refining the estimate necessarily. This is looking at, based on the scope of all of the additional projects that sort of bought into this upgrade, is the scope still viable, or does it need to be expanded to a certain extent? So this is sort of a repeat of the same stage of upgrade to validate that the upgrade is okay to go forward. And the reason why this is important is because in the prioritization framework, two of the metrics that are sort of the most important ones are the percent of the upgrade cost that's committed by developers, if it's the mobilization threshold, 80%, for example, making sure that the most committed move forward first. And then the second metric after that is the cost per megawatt of capacity added by the upgrade. So you can kind of think of that like the bang for your buck kind of metric. So if we were to see just sort of repeating and finalizing that cluster study that the cost varies by more than 20%, that could have a material impact on other projects that weren't selected so that this project could move forward in that prioritization process. So that's the concern, is just making sure that after we've done that, before we actually move forward with construction and sign interconnection agreements, that we have confirming that we have selected the right project to move forward based on those metrics.
Mr. Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So it is not about a tariff issue or the overall economy issue, the labor costs going up. Every project will have that issue. This is more engineering specific. When you found the additional upgrade you needed, then you want to stop it and go back to something which is more viable or the easy to do in your prioritization process.
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Probably I don't need to hear from Ardell and MP. Do you guys need to say anything additional? Otherwise, we will go back to the...
Mr. Pravatsky.
Yeah, Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, I appreciate that clarification from Mr. Munson, knowing that this isn't, when I was drawing the parallel for an individual project, you have the detailed cost estimate and then final cost, knowing that this is essentially a step previous to that, just getting to the final detailed. I think that makes sense. I would say there might still be unintended consequences by using varies versus increase. Because, for example, if a project comes in and it's actually more cost effective, but this language would force it to be kicked out of the process, that might, just a slight adjustment, it might make more sense to say final cluster study cost estimate increases from the previous estimate by more than 20%.
Looks like people are okay with that. Mr. Duran.
What if it's the case where it was not prioritized well enough and making it lower cost now puts it higher to be higher on that list? So varying it, if it costs less now, makes it more viable. when before it wasn't viable.
Mr. Pravatsky.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, yeah, to be honest, I still don't know why that would be a bad thing, but
Well, you would step out of the ranking, right? I mean, like you were.
Ranking should be better, so it shouldn't be binding. I think that's what, yeah.
Yeah, Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, I guess I'm curious.
So I'm contemplating, say, there's 20 projects that have met the mobilization threshold and are being prioritized. Let's say this project was 18, and Xcel can do 10. By having it be lower cost now, it pushes it into 8, and so now it can go.
Yeah, Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, to be honest, I sort of assumed that the final list of costs would be what dictated what went, so I'm not sure if I'm processing this hypothetical correctly, to be honest.
No.
Can I, so basically, the language that currently exists is not that it would be kicked out of the prioritization process altogether. It says reprioritized. So what Derek's pointing out is that if we keep the language as is and the cost goes down, that actually would allow this hypothetical to happen. Whereas if you, right? And now you're shaking your head. No, okay. You were nodding and then you started shaking your head. No. So I'm just go for it.
Just to clarify, so this final cluster study only happens after a project is selected within the prioritization. So if a project was not selected and then we find out, there would be no follow-on study to find out that the cost decreased.
So,
Commissioner Hom.
yeah, thank you, Chair Sullivan. So in this case, hypothetical, is a 25% price cost decreases. What happened to this cluster?
Mr. Munson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hom, appreciate the opportunity to clarify. So that was our intention. If the project got more cost effective, that's not, we wouldn't kick it out of or revert it back to the prioritization. We would continue to move forward. So what Mr. Pravatsky is suggesting is it was the intention of how we would enforce.
So if it gets better, it would have been higher up within the projects that were already selected. You're still picking the top 10.
Yeah, it was already selected.
Okay.
Now it's.
So change the word to increase, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
All right. A lot of higher level thinking going on right
Yeah,
now.
I was like, I didn't want to join the task force.
Commissioner Hom.
So I want to make sure that our order writer captured that one.
I was just going to do that.
So 23B, estimate varies to estimate increases.
Okay.
Then we're just kind of doing drafting stuff. I noticed this as I was scrambling because I left your thing on my desk, was 18 on your options. And I don't know if this is just a error of word processing. It looks like 18 in the decision options deletes the words for application, the last kind of sentence there.
Yeah, the copied version you got received I printed off the wrong one again. So we have the right language.
You have the right language. Yeah. I just have the wrong language.
Yes.
That's okay.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
As long as everybody else is online, that's all that matters to me. I was confused.
All right. Commissioner Hom.
No, I think one more. Anyone else has any component that you cannot live with?
Mr. Munson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hom, we don't oppose, it relates to 53A and 53B, which relate to how cost share contributions that are collected are treated in terms of whether they are used to offset revenue requirements versus whether they should offset rate base. And our preference remains that those cost share fees should be used to offset revenue requirements, as it would be most consistent with how we would treat capital expenditures. Our concern with, as proposed, going with having them offset rate base via 53B is that essentially that there are financial implications for the company in the long term. We do think that there are other parts of the framework, like a higher mobilization threshold, that kind of help mitigate that. But our concern is that that would essentially, with enough scale, could erode the rate of return that we are authorized to receive via our rate case.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that this is a good discussion when we are doing data center. So that's why I think in data center discussion with the Dakota Electric, I say I personally prefer kayak, not your rate base, for at least for the distribution line and transmission line, to make sure that it is being paid and ratepayers are not getting any additional, I think, burden of risk. If it is being paid up front, why can't it be used as a kayak? Why do you want to use it as a credit?
That's exactly where my head was at. It's like, why isn't this a kayak?
I think to help answer that question, I'll ask my colleague, Mr. Mammon, to step forward.
Is the accountant coming in to confuse us?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. If you could just introduce yourself.
Yep, Tom Mammon, Xcel Energy. Thanks for the question, Commissioner Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom. Why isn't it kayak? I think there's a key point in kayak where it currently exists primarily with load customers. And with the kayak process, there's a kind of a revenue justification element of that, where we get incremental revenues from the upgrade from load customers for foregoing that full return on the asset. And that just doesn't exist under this DER framework, where they're not kind of monthly paying customers like load customers. So there is kind of like a no trade-off that would exist under kayak under 53B as it kind of exists. So that's the risk there is there is no kind of a trade-off relationship. It's kind of a pressure that we'd have to kind of incorporate in our capital modeling to kind of account for this rate base erosion that could exist.
Commissioner Hom.
Okay, so I didn't want to go into this kind of details, but so it is required under the GAAP. So you have to do this accounting. It's not a requirement. It's more of your preference.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's why your preference, and that you have to manage this rate base issue, eroding rate base. Your rate base are eroding every day because depreciation. So it's not a new thing. Why somebody pay upfront isn't kayak? I'm not persuaded that because it's eroding rate base.
Yeah, I guess, and I guess we didn't necessarily come out and oppose 53B. I think it's just a general concern in principle that there is going to be a mechanism in place now where there is, drawdowns in rate base, and so, but to get to that kind of question, that is just going to have to be a thing that we haven't really experienced in terms of direct payments down. Like we know how to handle depreciation and stuff, but there's going to be an unknown variable of, the 20% interconnections coming in and how that impacts our forecasting. And we just haven't experienced. So that's kind of where our concern is coming from. I get what you're saying. The amount of return loss under a traditional kayak is very small. But I guess it's the unknown and then the systematic scaling that could incur with just having this as a mechanism is just where the concern sits. But like Brian mentioned, I think with your decision options, the way you kind of assess the different mechanisms that can help with this concern, I think are addressed with the mobilization threshold and the cost cap in the tariff from the utility. So I think there are ways for the utility to kind of stomach and kind of help kind of mitigate where we can our concern, and certainly kind of work with stakeholders on that if it becomes a material concern. But most of our concern is just on the principle and the mechanism.
Yes, now I remember what you were discussing there. So it's a multiple way of applying this kayak is complicated. That's why if it's 100% upfront, it's easier to do it. But when it is becoming 20% one day, next day another 20%, it's more complicated accounting. Once again, as we stated in the beginning of this game, let's try with this one, see how it goes, and try to adjust things based on how it goes.
I'm comfortable with that, but I also know that Nancy Campbell just turned her camel on it.
Chair Sullivan.
Someone mentioned rate base. Oh, there's Nancy Campbell.
The department also strongly prefers Commissioner Ham's position on this issue.
Okay.
But if you want a department expert to make you feel more comfortable about that, I think Nancy can weigh in.
I always appreciate hearing from Nancy, but I think I'm good. So thank you.
Just a question along this lines.
All right.
What happens?
He's jumping in.
Not here. My question is, what happens with proactive? If you do a proactive, is that in your rate base then?
Yeah.
So, we think of proactive a lot differently. The variables that are solved in the reactive, there's a customer need,
right.
Clear. There is, so 80%, as discussed here, would be participant funded upfront.
Right.
So that in and of itself mitigates the risk that I'm talking about to 20%. And then, as discussed, there's pent up demand. So that, well, with the proactive, we kind of view those as system upgrades for both load and reactive. And so we're kind of thinking of that in terms of our capital distribution planning and just incorporating a proactive element to that. And so thinking in terms of how we collect distribution costs, I think there's the cost shares are offset to revenue requirement model in that docket currently, that I think we still think that is an appropriate kind of path. Not to kind of bring that docket in here, of course, but I think we view those as two distinctly separate ways to upgrade the grid. And I think this way, we were, as you put it, not everyone's going to have a perfect outcome. And I think we kind of understood as the stakeholder groups panned out, we kind of could see the writing on the wall with 53B, but we just kind of wanted to raise the concern, knowing that a lot of the variables are solved that help our concern. But I think as we think about proactive, I think we still have a very strong feeling about the current, process.
So, if I just want to summarize what I think, there's a principle here. We're still not talking about a massive part of the overall stack of resources that the utility uses to serve its customers. We're single-digit percentages here. If this were to be like we were in, say, Hawaii, where you have 25% rooftop, now we have a real concern about the utilities, the rate base being eroded, and the utility losing its ability to deliver to its other, 1.5 million customers or whatever the number, So am I summarizing in a nutshell what you're saying?
Yeah, I think just to kind of put a little point at, so if this program were to be really successful, I think with the 53B, if it were to scale and everybody wants to, the utility is kind of in an awkward position where as the program scales, that risk and financial pressure grow. And so I think it's just kind of we want the distribution upgrades to happen just like everyone else, but it can't come at the expense of our capital portfolio or a larger portion and not getting the kind of return obligations that we kind of pursue when we're planning our capital budgets.
This is a fail-safe pro. This is kind of the emergency fail-safe. It's happening out there. And in some ways, I almost like the fact that you don't get your rate of return for this one, and you get your rate of return for the proactive and the upgrades to your aging system to motivate you. I don't know how much of a motivator it is, but to motivate you to focus on those. And if for some reason one of these get through, which we expect in the present, we are going to still be moving towards trying to get more proactive so that it builds your rate base. You don't want to be relying on this as the system. The proactive should be the system. This is the kind of, I want to fail say it's not the right word, but relief valve, I guess, for lack of a better term. So I like your decision option, Mr. Hahn.
I'm good to go.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, unless there is any other concern from the Xcel.
All right.
And other utilities?
She's ready to jump right in, right? Send me home.
All right. I think we're ready then. Do you want to just move your decision option? How do you want to?
I think we need a clarification. So
Okay.
We need to make sure that what we are approving,
Do we need to take a quick
Yes.
couple-minute break?
because there
Come
is a
back?
confusion about which page is right and which page is wrong.
Yep, got it. Okay, why don't we take 5 minutes to get our house in order, and then we will come back and send this into the sunset. We're at resource, or in recess.
Resources. Something like that.
Something like that.
Land this plane.
All right, welcome back. I think we have some clarity now on the motion. Commissioner Hom?
Yes, can you put it on the screen? So there is only one modification. That's the item number 23. B, from varies to increases, I think.
Right.
And then assuming everybody has a right, correct paper,
What about-
it is reflected.
I do have back on my desk, but we're good.
Okay.
So I'm moving these decision options with the right language with these one modifications.
Okay. Well, Commissioner Hom, I just want to thank you for taking the time to put this together. I know this is a lot of work. I also really want to thank our staff, Mr. Duran, and Ms. Gretz. I know how much work this has been for you.
Wait,
Are we?
don't thank him yet. He's going to screw things up.
One question on the decision option, I think 66, which I believe currently has 90 days for tariff filings. I don't know if we landed on 120 or not.
I think we did. We best fix that.
I was expecting to stay with the 90, but
Oh,
You guys to decide.
you don't want to weigh in on that?
I say no later than 120 is what you should do.
no, I was shooting for 60, but I think Xcel wants. Xcel can live with the 60, but 90 is doable. But also, I think our Minnesota Power and Artel 120, but I think you can do with the 90. So hopefully, that if you cannot do with the 90, let me know. I think this is time you can fix it. Do you really want 120?
What I heard was that the developers and the working group folks were okay with 120. Obviously, if it's done sooner than 120, great, but they thought there was going to be some work going on in the meantime. So that's what I heard, and I thought there was consensus, but I could be wrong.
No, Xcel, they want faster, so they don't oppose if Artel MP get 120.
I'm saying I thought I heard from the developers and the other folks who are part of the working group that we're okay with 120 under the assumption that Xcel, which they promised to do, is going to be working on the details and working with you on it. And so
Mr.
that
Pravetsky,
after 120 days, it's going to go faster is what your thinking was.
Yeah, Chair Sullivan, Commissioners Tuma and Hom. It's tough to detail whether 90 or 120 is quote unquote enough time to do the behind the scenes stakeholder work. Like, for example, 90 might be plenty. And so we obviously would prefer it to be quicker. So 90, I think, could be a good sweet spot. But I think the risk with 60 is they're sprinting to get the filing together, and then we have an incredible amount of back and forth in the comments, and all of a sudden you've actually gone slower than you could have by having a little bit of iteration in conversation. So I would say 90 is a sweet spot of giving a little more time, a little time for us to have conversation with the utility and get the filing closer to the final package.
90 for Xcel, 120 for MPR.
Yes.
Okay, so then I modify my motion for the B to 120 and C to 120.
All right. That's okay. So I
Now we
want
can thank him.
Now we can thank him. But thank you for all your work on this. I know it is a significant amount of work, Mr. Duran, that you put into this, and care and time, and I appreciate your work. So I also want to say how much I appreciate people coming together and collaborating. Not that we always get along, because we certainly don't, and nor should we, but it is when we are all directionally aligned and we're just working through and we're iterating. It's a much better process from my perspective. So I appreciate the collaboration. I really appreciate the collaboration. It does not feel like I'm sitting in the dentist's office without anesthesia. So and I think it actually, at the end of the day, we actually get stuff done. And I am very hopeful about where this is going to go, and I'm excited, and I'm excited to see this start to move forward. And that is real progress, and I think we can all be proud of that. So, Commissioner Hom.
Thank you. Yeah, also I really appreciate that. I have to thank the department and OAG trying to protect existing non-subscriber or the existing customers. So hopefully, I think this is an ongoing process in this reactive and proactive upgrade.
Yep. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, motion passes. We have concluded our business for the day. We'll see everybody next week, and I hope everybody has a nice, healthy, and good weekend. See you next week. All right. Nicely done.
Thanks for using WebEx. Visit our website at www.webex.com.